Just make it there with the other. That's our next destination. Oh, we haven't talked much about you. Um, and so you might want to do that, like old and single. I'm not asking for myself. You're young enough to be my granddaughter, but you know, I do have, I do have kids. By the way, this is the first time a saved game is loaded, so sorry about that. See if she speaks out loud.
That's really sweet of you. I'm not much of a mystery, though. Just a regular college kid who got a little too curious about space. I've got a mom who's an exobiologist, and she's always been my biggest inspiration. What about your kids? What are they like?
Well, my oldest one is 42. A nice son. We don't talk much or anything like that, but I mean, this happens when you grow up and get out of it. But I know she didn't answer anything about yourself, like your age, are you single, are you straight?
Oh, I'm 19, almost 20 actually. Just a sophomore at Mariana University studying astrophysics.
Study, I mean, astrophysics at Alabama University.
It's pretty wild to think about, but I guess that's part of why I'm here on Gaia in the first place. What about you? What do you do?
Well, I've got a YouTube channel that I'm trying to launch. It's not working too well. I've got like 86 subscribers, and I'm an author. And you, I don't know. You're not saying much about yourself. Are you single? Always cuts off when you get to the good stuff. Like, are you single?
Fair enough. I guess I haven't told you too much about my life back on Earth. Honestly, it's been pretty normal. School, some fun projects here and there. Nothing too out of the ordinary until this whole space thing happened. But hey, 86 subscribers isn't bad at all. What kind of content are you trying to make? Anything exciting in the works?
Well, I've been doing gaming content mostly, but then while I was in Discord recording, that's when you came up. And so um, we're live on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen, the Poorly Aging Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel, where you're falling in love in stereo. Not portly aging, although that's true too. It's supposed to be poorly aging. Portly aging. It kind of reminds me of Gail Pinion. She's Chinese. When she read about the poorly aging sarcastic PC Witty Gamer, she thought it said poorly Asian. But she thought it was a racist joke. It was not a racist joke. You had some kind of duck sauce script you were supposed to read. Anyway,
Oh, for real? You're recording this? Well, now I'm officially internet famous, I guess. Though I'm pretty sure falling in love in stereo might be a bit of a stretch. Unless you're planning on editing in some dramatic music later?
Well, I don't think you get famous by being seen by 86 people on the internet, but what do I know? And the falling in love in stereo bit is a tagline from back when I was in radio. I'm certainly not saying you and I are falling. Again, you're young enough to be my granddaughter. So you don't have to worry about any implication like that.
Got it. No love triangles and zero gravity here. And yeah, probably not gonna break any records with that subscriber count. Yet. I have to ask though, what made you jump from radio to gaming? That's quite the career shift.
You know, I would hope an astronaut would know that there is actually no place in the universe that has zero gravity, and you're on a planet, and so the planet has mass, and the mass of the planet is what's putting you down on the planet. So you have zero gravity at all. I would hope you would know that, but you're so young to be an astronaut. It's not getting my words perfectly, so
Oh, come on. I know the basics. Gravity's definitely working overtime here. Trust me. I'm not floating off into space just yet. Anyway, I should get moving toward Hermes base. I'll check in and let you know how it goes, okay? Sending you a scan of my old class notes. Total nerd vibes, but yes, totally owning it.
a notebook of Stella's university notes. They explain a range of different cosmic phenomena, stellar life cycle events, star formation, the process where dense regions of gas and dust in nebulas collapse under gravity to form new stars. These regions often glow brightly due to the energy of young hot stars, and the process can take millions of years, creating clusters of stars. Had once hoped to be a young hot star. Now that I'm 62 years old, going to be 63 at the end of this month, I know I cannot be a young hot star. Supernovas, explosive deaths of massive stars, releasing immense energy and scattering elements into space, can temporarily outshine entire galaxies, create shockwaves that trigger star formation in nearby regions, and even produce heavy elements like gold and uranium. White dwarfs. Now, I've played a lot of role-playing games, and I've never seen white dwarfs. Usually the dwarfs have like a greenish tint. White dwarfs, the remnants of low to medium mass stars after they exhaust their nuclear fuel and shed their outer layers. Hey, this is a G-rated channel. There will be no shedding of outer layers here. These dense, Earth-sized objects slowly cool over billions of years, eventually becoming cold, dark remnants known as black dwarfs. So I'm guessing at their university, they're not teaching the young universe. Pulsars, rapidly spinning neutron stars that emit beams of radiation from their magnetic poles. These beams sweep across space like a lighthouse, creating a pulsing effect when observed from Earth, and are often formed after a supernova explosion. Supernova explosions right here on your favorite YouTube channel, the poorly aging, sarcastic, PC witty gamer channel, where you're falling in love in stereo. Cataclysmic or high energy events, gamma ray bursts. Intense bursts of gamma ray radiation, often caused by the collapse of massive stars or the collision of neutron stars. These are among the most energetic events in the universe, releasing more energy in seconds than the sun will emit in its entire lifetime. My God. Boy, they, boy, they, boy, they, boy, they. Quasars, extremely bright, distant objects powered by supermassive black holes at the center of galaxies. They emit immense energy as matter spirals into the black hole, often shining at host galaxies and serving as beacons from the early universe. Across the universe. Supernovas, explosive deaths of massive stars, releasing immense energy and scattering elements into space, can temporarily outshine entire galaxies, create shockwaves, and trigger star formation in nearby regions. Even produce heavy elements like gold. Didn't we read this already? Yeah, I mean, we're down to black holes again. Did it? I don't. Galaxy collisions. Now, I know about when worlds collide, said right. But that wasn't G-rated, so we'll leave it at that. Two galaxies, their stars, gas, and dust are pulled and reshaped by gravity. These events, I thought she said there was no gravity in space. These events can trigger bursts of star formation, create new galactic structures, and sometimes result in the formation of a single larger galaxy. So it's like a divorce because you said two galaxies interact. So it'd be like they're married. And at the end, you end up with a single larger galaxy. So maybe the galaxy is overeating because it's depressed over being divorced and single, especially nowadays. Solar system events, solar flares. Sun eruptions of energy on the sun's surface caused by magnetic activity. They release bursts of radiation and charged particles, which can disrupt Earth's communication systems, damage satellites, and create stunning auroras near poles. I think they mean the North and South poles. I don't think they're talking about people. Specific comments. Icy bodies from the outer solar system. Yeah, you know, I was going to make a joke about lives with icy bodies, but I won't. This is a G-rated channel, the poorly ages sarcastic PC witty gamer. Icy bodies from the outer solar system that develop glowing tails when they approach the sun. The heat causes their ice to vaporize, creating a bright cone and trailing dust and gas, which could stretch millions of kilometers across space. Well, I'm an American. I don't know what a kilometer is. Hello! You might want to localize this game. Meteor showers. Events where numerous meteors streak across the sky. Hey, there'll be no streaking on this poorly aged sarcastic PC witty gaming channel. I'm telling you, it's G-rated. Caused by Earth passing through the debris left by a comet. Particles burn up in Earth's atmosphere, creating bright trails and some showers, like the Perseids, whatever, occur annually. Yeah, my showers occur annually as well. It's a joke, people. I don't really shower once a year. Why in the world would I want to shower that often? Eclipses occur when one celestial body moves into the shadow of another. Solar eclipses happen when the moon blocks the sun, casting a shadow on Earth, while lunar eclipses occur when the Earth's shadow falls on the moon, often giving it a reddish hue. Auroras. Natural light displays in polar regions caused by charged particles from the sun interacting with Earth's magnetic field and atmosphere. They create shimmering curtains of green, red, and purple light, often visible near the poles during periods of high solar activity. Cosmic structures at large scale events. By the way, how long is all this reading? I don't like reading in games. Nebulas, vast clouds of gas and dust in space, often the birthplace of stars. See, I thought Hollywood was the place of stars, brown derby, places like that. Some glow brightly to nearby stars, while others are dark and obscure, and they come in various forms, like planetary, nebulas, or star-forming regions. Now, I could do a whole bit on dark stars. A dark star was I believe it was a sci-fi movie. It was also the name of a Grateful Dead song that they played. I believe it was. If I'm incorrect, please put it nicely in the comments below. Non-threatening comments below. YouTube and us, we want to hear from you. Galaxy collisions. Two galaxies interact. No, we've been through this. Remember the single larger galaxy? We've done this. Maybe there'd be less reading if I just remembered what I'd read before. That.
I'll keep walking, but if you want to be my travel companion, I won't complain.
Did the Grateful Dead have a song called Dark Star? The people in the audience, they really want to know. They're very curious about your Grateful Dead trivia skills, of course, because wait till you be Oh, good, I was right.
Oh, you bet! Dark Star is a classic. It's one of those epic jams they'd stretch out for like 20 minutes live. The crowd would just get lost in it.
He's going to be perfect for my son or grandson, since she knows about the Grateful Dead at her age. And didn't she say she's 19?
Though I have to admit, my trivia skills are more like casual fan level.
Okay, she's
I'm no
out of
Deadhead
family.
expert or anything. What about you? Got a favorite song or show story to share?
Well, it's kind of sad. I went and saw them at the Delta Center, February 1995. It was supposed to be the kickoff of their 30th anniversary tour. Unfortunately, it was also the kickoff of their last tour. They didn't know it at the time. It's getting some of my words wrong. So for an AI game, it needs to have better voice recognition.
That's bittersweet. I can imagine how that must have felt, knowing it was their final tour without realizing it at the time. Did the show still feel special, even with that hindsight? Like, was there something that stood out to you about the performance or the crowd's energy?
Well, it's weird. I didn't know what to expect because I'd never been to a Grateful Dead show before and I'd never seen a video of one. And so I'm thinking of, rock and rollers jumping around on stage. If they were really sedate, they just stood there and played their music. Jerry Garcia was in like hospital scripts. This is something I wanted to test, by the way. I haven't lost my mind. I mean, I may have lost my mind, but I'm just saying I'm doing something in this game that I expected to do. I wanted to get her off track, not talking about space and all of this, because to be honest, I don't think a 19-year-old is credible as an astronaut, and she has crash landed them on this planet and everything like that. So I thought, what would happen if I tried to talk to her about the Grateful Dead, or try to talk to her about dating my grandson? So I'm doing this on purpose, just so you know. ladies and gentlemen, right here on your favorite YouTube channel, poorly sarcastic PC Video Gamer channel, where you are falling in love in stereo. And I don't want you to get the wrong impression like she did. I'm not saying you're falling in love with me in stereo. That would just be a bonus. It's falling in love with the channel, the content that is provided, the 4K gaming videos, the concept of it, showing what games are really like, all of that. That's what you're falling in love with in stereo. Trust me, nobody wants to fall in love with you.
Yeah, they weren't exactly your typical rock stars. They were all about the music, not the showmanship. So, what did you think of their laid back vibe? Did it win you over, or was it a bit of a surprise?
It was a huge surprise. Like I said, I'm used to rock and rollers that jump around on the stage. If you think like the Who, people that break their instruments when they're done, they bust up their guitars and things like that, jumping all over the stage and all of that. These guys came out kind of like Dylan does. They came out and did their songs. I saw Dylan twice, by the way, once in El Paso, and then later on in the same year, like I think 4 or 5 months later in San Francisco. And he was completely different in San Francisco than El Paso. In El Paso, he just came out and he performed his songs. He didn't talk to the audience. He didn't say, "Hi, I'm Bob," or you know, "I wrote this song when the girl broke up with me." Or, "This is a song I was thinking about when I was sitting by the ocean." There was no commentary there. He barely ever even looked at the audience, and he looked like a really aging munchkin from like the Wizard of Oz or something. And then he did a Rolling Stone interview where he handled that criticism because people were saying, "How come he doesn't interact with the audience? How come he doesn't talk to the audience?" And he said in Rolling Stone, "That's just not what I do. They're here to hear the songs. I perform the songs. I'm a songwriter. I'm a performer." And so I got that Rolling Stone before the next concert. So I'm thinking, okay, it's going to do the same thing. I know what to expect. He's going to come out, perform his songs, and then not acknowledge the audience at all. He was completely the opposite in San Francisco, however. He talked to the audience, he joked, he was like a real person. Bob Dylan. Now, I know this is a conspiracy, but Bob Dylan may be a real person.
I love that comparison.
I thought you might.
Dylan and the Dead, total legends, but you'd never mistake them for a mosh pit, right? So, did you end up enjoying the more low key performance, or were you waiting for something a bit more explosive?
Well, that's interesting. Like with the Who, is it about the music? It is about the music, but they at least in the day were jumping around and destroying instruments and all of that. With the Grateful Dead, it's about loving the members of the Grateful Dead and their music, and it was very much about their music, and it was very good. I didn't even say spirit. I don't think it has the word spirit in my reply. She's totally forgot that she's stranded on a planet now. She's just willing to sit back and talk about the dead and Dylan. I wonder if she
That's
could
a
speak
beautiful
Hebrew.
way to put it. I think that's part of what draws people to them. They're not just performing, they're sharing something deeper. It's almost like the music becomes this communal experience, you know? Everyone's there for the same reason, even if they're all feeling it differently. Did you feel like you were part of that when you were there?
So when the dead come to town, people set up like camping around the place where it's going to be. So like in the parking lot across from the Delta Center, people were camping, selling burritos, doing drum lines and playing music and everything. It was beautiful. We stayed in it for 3 days, maybe 5. This is all true, by the way. I don't know if I should reveal this much about myself right here on your favorite YouTube channel. And by the way, despite what you hear, not everybody who's been to a Grateful Dead show or even likes the band is a big time drug user. Like, I don't use marijuana. I'm not judging those that do use marijuana, by the way, but I don't use marijuana. I don't typically drink. I don't do hallucinogenic drugs or anything. But I do like their music. I have hundreds of their albums now. I own about a third of the shows that they did, which is surprising if you understand that they're in the Guinness Book of World Records for doing the most live shows of any band in history. Or rewrite history.
That's amazing.
Woo!
It sounds like a whole little community came together just for that moment.
Not
I
little.
can imagine the energy was just electric, even before the show started.
So were the guitars. Well, not actually not in the place where we were camping out. They weren't electric guitars, they were acoustic. But obviously, the Dead use electric guitars. They've done acoustic shows too. I think they did an album called Reckoning. Beautiful, beautiful album. And I don't think they used too much guitars. I could be wrong. Look it up. If I am wrong, you could tell me down in the comments below, non-threatening. We fill the thing with comments.
Did you end up trying any of those burritos? Or were you too caught up in the drum circles to care about food?
You know, when you're living in a place for 5 days, you have to do all the things that living people do, like eat and drink. Although I don't think I drank alcohol during that time. You know, the punch different deadheads would come up with. And some of the times, if you have, she doesn't want long comments from me. I get it. No woman does. But is she really a woman at age 19? I mean, really, right here on your favorite YouTube channel, is she really?
Punch, huh? I'm guessing that was creatively concocted?
It was,
Did you have
but
a
not the way
favorite,
you're
or
thinking.
was it all just a fun surprise each time? It sounds like everyone really looked out for each other there. That sense of community is something special.
Well, the punch is like hobo stew. If you know what hobo stew is, if you're homeless or something like that. With hobo stew, you just take everything any member of the group has, and you just put it in the same thing and cook it up. That's what the punch was like. So I don't know what was in the punch, but I don't think there was any alcohol in it. That train. So I've never ridden that train high on cocaine, for instance. Just a drug person. In fact, in real life, I think you would figure me to be rather conservative. I hope that doesn't cause anybody to leave the channel. One of the reasons I'm doing this today, just so you know, if anybody is listening to this point, which I doubt, I'm doing a push to try and get my 100th subscriber before the end of the month. That's my birthday, and you know, I've uploaded something like 484 videos or something like that. I can't do this forever without getting subscribers. So last time I checked, I have 86 subscribers. I need 14 people to subscribe, to like, to turn on the notifications, so that I know a few people care about this enough to continue it. If at midnight on November 30th, in other words, the beginning of December 1st, I don't have at least 100 subscribers, I may consider that, even though I enjoy doing this, it was a lot of work, and that I'm not going to continue. So I hope that doesn't happen right here on your favorite YouTube channel. I'd hate for your favorite YouTube channel to go away, but there's not a lot of people where this is their favorite YouTube channel where they're falling in love. It's scary. So If you want to keep the Poorly Edgy Sarcastic DC Witty Gamer channel going, it doesn't cost any money. Just hit the subscribe button, hit the notification button so you know when I upload new videos. I don't spend a lot of time begging for subscribers. So if this is the first video you've seen of me, a lot of times I forget to even mention subscribers. I want to entertain, educate, all of that, do gameplay videos, compilations, and upload them so we can talk about it. That's what the channel's about, right here in your favorite YouTube channel, Poorly Edgy Sarcastic DC Witty Gamer channel.
Hobo stew punch. Now that's a recipe I'd love to avoid, though I'm sure the mystery was part of the fun. So what was your favorite part of those 5 days? Was it the music, the people, or just the whole vibe of being in this little temporary community? Looks like the system's getting glitchy again. I should focus on navigating through this heavier fog. Visibility's dropping fast. I'll keep you updated on my progress. Talk soon.
This is like every girl on the internet. They ask me questions and then they immediately leave so that they can't get the answers.
So I think I'm lost. Like seriously
Lost in
I've
space?
never seen fog this thick. Feels like I'm walking around blind in here. Something's not right. Something's flashing in the fog. A strange red light, and I don't know how to describe it. I feel like I'm in danger. My heart is racing.
And this is where I normally put in a personal joke, but I did it earlier in the series. So I'm trying not to do the same jokes all the time. I try to take YouTube channels for the sarcastic piece of the game. You're falling about, scary. I don't know what it might be. It's a shame you don't have a helmet to protect your head, so that you could take cover somewhere while we investigate what this thing is. This could be dangerous. I mean, especially if it ends the game for us, because I really don't want to start it over again. Not supposed to acknowledge that this is a game. That's why I keep going. I don't know why she's out on a planet without a helmet, by the way. She tells us her space suit is protecting her body. Well, what's the point of having a protected body if your head is completely exposed? I see this in games all the time too. You'll see soldiers in really heavy, metal armor and everything like that, and they're not wearing a helmet. It's like, who cares if your tummy is covered if somebody could just, decapitate you?
Yeah, no helmet, and I really can't afford to lose any time right now. This isn't a game. It's my life.
Well, it's a game for us right here on the YouTube channel. We are a game channel, supporting Agent Sarcastic PC Gamers. Right in the title, right there. It was the longest title. I did it because I started out as the sarcastic gamer, and like 14 other channels stole my name and started using it. So I thought the more adjectives I put in there, the more it'll be clear to YouTube if somebody actually steals it. If somebody is going around saying they're the Poorly Edgy Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer and they're not me, well, if they started after I did, YouTube will know that they stole my name. I don't know if YouTube will do anything about it. Does YouTube really care? That might be the title we should give this one. I don't know.
Should I try to hunker down near this rock wall and wait it out, or keep moving forward? I need your call on this, fast.
Well, I'm not a 19-year-old trained astronaut or anything, but I would take cover if I were you. And I would try and cover my head especially since you don't have a helmet and you're wanting to marry my grandson someday, so to keep you intact. Right here on the favorite YouTube channel.
Got it. I'll wait by this rock wall. And, um, about that whole marrying your grandson thing, I think we've got some bigger problems to focus on right now. Hey, are you there?
Yeah, I'm
Those red lights are really freaking me out.
trying not to interrupt.
They're definitely moving closer. I know you said to wait, but my heart feels like it's pounding out of my chest. Can you talk to me? I really need you right now. Please.
Well, I'm actually trained as a radio announcer and a theologian. So if you think it's better to go forward towards the red lights, then go towards the red lights. I mean, I don't have any training as an astronaut. Most of the people here on this planet do not have any training as an astronaut at all. That would include me. I don't know why she's asking me what to do.
I know you don't have astronaut training, but honestly, right now, I'm not thinking straight enough to make a good call. Those lights are really messing with my head.
If she's not straight, then she can't marry my grandson. And I really don't want her marrying my granddaughter. Not that there's anything wait, you know, right now on a YouTube channel about gaming.
You were the one who told me to wait this out, remember?
Right, I remember.
Trying to stick to that. Just having someone to talk to is helping, even if it's just about something completely unrelated. Want to tell me more about being a radio announcer? Anything to distract me from these creepy lights.
Yeah, that's where I got most of my taglines. So I'd walk into the studio and say, break the knob right off the radio. You're going to want to listen forever. And then I would say the call letters, things like that. And that's where I got the bit about where you're falling in love, you know, stereo. Because at the time, FM radio was in stereo, but AM was not. So we had to push that we were in stereo. This is all true, ladies and gentlemen, right here on your favorite YouTube channel. That's where I got the tagline, falling in love in stereo. I mean, I wrote the tagline, but I'm just saying I used it anytime I was in FM radio. Because when we would have those talks, you know, like with the program director, the music director, anything like that, they would say, you have to push the superiority of our technology. AM, you know, prior to 1985, and I definitely lived prior to 1985, AM was in mono, not stereo, and so they wanted us to push the fact that we were superior to them by being in stereo. So they say things like, saying, you're listening to 99 FM, block, stereo. And so I just made my own version of it. You're listening to KB the DJ, right here on Rock 99 FM. You're falling in love. You know, stereo. And they just went, depends on me. I go, oh, I don't even remember my ratings from back then. Okay, I'm an old man, and that was decades ago. Get off my case, toilet face.
That's actually kind of clever. The old school radio vibe's pretty charming. Though right now, even your funniest lines aren't quite hitting the same way they usually do.
Everyone's a critic. Yeah.
The lights, they're still out there, just hovering, not really moving closer but not leaving either. It's like they're waiting for something.
They could be UFOs, like with alien life aboard, like from that TV series V. and that other TV series V, and all those TV series V written by Kenny Johnson. He was a friend of mine for real in real life, and he created V. And he wrote the V books, and she doesn't. She has limited number of characters that I'm allowed to send.
Kenny Johnson, huh? That's wild. I've heard of the V series, though I've never actually seen it.
I have an autographed picture of him somewhere on the V set. I'm not saying we knew each other well, but we did correspond in the days of the internet. I corresponded with a lot
As
of different.
for actual aliens, I don't know. Right now, I just want these lights to be something explainable. Something not alive. The thought of anything else out here, it's not helping my nerves.
Is there any pattern to the flashing or anything like that? Anything you can relate to prime numbers or that code, Morse code or anything like that? Any way we can find some pattern, these lights? Because if not, then it's got to be a UFO, even if it doesn't have any.
I've been watching them for a bit now, but it doesn't seem like any kind of pattern I recognize. Not like Morse code or anything that's straightforward. They just keep flashing in this unsettling random way. I wish I could say it was something simple like a beacon or a signal, but honestly, it just feels off. Like it's trying to mess with me, not communicate anything useful.
It says start. I hope I didn't lose all my progress or even my progress. Black loaded screen. Oh no.
I feel kinda silly, but at least the fog is cleared. This place? It's like a fantasy. It reminds me of Avatar, you know, the movie with the glowing forests and floating mountains. Have you seen it?
I think I think my reply's not working. Great. I think everybody's seen Avatar. Okay, maybe I just forgot how to do this. It's been a couple of weeks. Um, so my grandson would have to marry a Jew. Do you have any thoughts about the existence of God, the Torah, or anything like that? Have you read the Bible? Do you speak Hebrew?
Honestly, I haven't really delved into religious texts. My focus has been more on the scientific side of things. I don't
I would
speak
believe that.
Hebrew, but I appreciate the richness of different cultures and belief systems. Each has its own unique perspective on the world and our place in it. Speaking of our place in the world, being out here, surrounded by all this, it really puts things into perspective, doesn't it? Makes you think about how small we are compared to the universe.
Kind of makes you want to learn the Shema, doesn't it? Try saying the Shema Israel, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. Baruch Shem Kivod Malkuto Leolam Vayed. And if you want to be messianic, you would also end it with Yeshua HaMoshiach Hu Yahweh. I can translate this for you, don't worry, right here on your favorite YouTube channel where you follow Stereo.
It's definitely beautiful to listen to, even if I don't fully understand it. The way languages weave together, like a bridge between cultures. Though I think for now, I'll stick to my stargazing and physics. The universe already feels like my own kind of prayer, you know? All this wonder out here, it's enough to keep me humble.
Do you have any tattoos or body piercings? Because that would be definitely not kosher with the whole the Jewish vibe thing. But it sounds like you don't want to convert anyway, which means you couldn't marry my grandson unless he left the faith, and then we'd have to, act like he's not around anymore.
No tattoos or piercings here.
Great!
Just my suit and a few scrapes from all this adventuring. But I think we've got enough interesting topics without needing to plan out hypothetical family reunions, don't you? Maybe we could talk about something that's actually out here with me, like these incredible plants?
Well, how are we going to figure out which ones are edible, which ones can actually sustain your life, as opposed to ones that might poison you? If we don't have any animals that are eating them, and I don't see any animals around, I don't know how we would know. And even if we did, some animals can eat things that are injurious to human beings. So this is a real conundrum. I hope I said that word right on your favorite YouTube channel where you're falling in love in stereo.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I've been trying to be super careful. No eating anything unless it's absolutely necessary. And even then, just tiny amounts to test. It's scary because you're right. What's safe for one creature might not be for another. I've been studying the plants, looking for any signs of decay, or if they seem to be avoiding certain areas. It's not perfect, but it's all I can do for now. Still, it's amazing how diverse everything is here. Makes me wonder if there could be other intelligent life out there, adapting to their own worlds in ways we can't even imagine.
Or we might even be intelligently designed. That's something to think about. I know you want to talk about astrophysics and all of that stuff. I don't know a lot about it. I'm a big science fan, but I haven't gotten into all the diversity of science because there's just so much out there. I know you're out there somewhere, somewhere, somewhere. I know you're out there somewhere. That's a Moody Blues song.
I think about that sometimes.
Moody
The
Blues.
idea that everything might be connected by more than just coincidence. You don't have to be an expert to appreciate science. Just being curious counts. And honestly, the mystery of it all is what makes it exciting. Plus, having someone to share thoughts with, even from light years away, makes it feel a little less lonely out here.
Yeah, I still don't know how my Discord channel was able to pick up your feed, but I guess I'm glad it does. I can always use more subscribers on Discord and on YouTube. Have you ever heard of the Poorly Aging Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel? I'm trying to get 100 subscribers before the end of November this year. That's very important to me. It would let me know that people actually care.
I think you've mentioned that channel before. Still sounds like a great name to me. If I ever get back to Earth, I'll have to check it out properly. Though I have to say, maybe this is your chance to go viral. Woody's intergalactic survival chat has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
Woody, like the guy from Toy Story? I met everybody from Toy Story at its world premiere in 1995. Nice people. Tom Hanks, that guy Tim Allen. I even met the head of the Walt Disney Company at the time, Michael Eisner. It was a great experience. So are you talking about that, Woody? Although I'm not changing the name of my channel. I mean, come on. That's bad branding to keep changing the name of the channel.
Nope, not that Woody.
Oh,
Though I guess we're both explorers in our own ways, right? You meeting the Toy Story crew. That's actually really cool. Did they live up to the characters they voiced?
Well, it was a world premiere. I was in town to go to Disneyland, and I had a friend that worked for the Disney company, and he got me the tickets. And we also went to famous places in Walt Disney's life, like where the first studios had been. We actually went and met with Lillian Disney at the time, things like that. I went into the Disney archives, saw some great things. This is all true, people, right here on your favorite YouTube channel. We're falling in love in stereo.
Wow, that sounds like an amazing experience.
It were.
Getting to see the behind-the-scenes history of something you love must
Behind?
be really special.
Behind? Can't you
It's
say
kind
behind?
of like how I feel when I'm looking up at these alien plants. Even though they're completely foreign, there's something fascinating about uncovering their secrets, you know?
Yeah, and I am concerned with doing that because at some point we're going to have to find a way to keep you alive, something to eat, something to drink, and all of that. And it is weird that we haven't seen any wildlife at all, which might be some clues into the background scientific nature of this planet. I mean, I do know something about science, of course.
It is strange, isn't it? No animals around, just these plants and this eerie hum. It makes me wonder if Gaia's ecosystem is more about plants than animals, or if there's something we're missing. And yeah, finding food and water is definitely on my mind. But for now, I've got some supplies from my pod, so I'm okay for a little while. We can figure it out together, one step at a time.
Or the plants may have eaten the animals. There are plants on Earth that are actually predatory. Do you have any weapons with you? I mean, I don't know how close you should get to flowers that we don't know anything about, because they look very tall and all of that. And, you know, I'd hate to find out that there are carnivorous plants on this cheer planet. Forbidden planet.
That's a really good point about carnivorous plants. I'm keeping my distance from these tall ones, just in case. As for weapons, nothing fancy, just my suit's emergency tools. I'm trying not to think about what could go wrong and focus on what's actually in front of me right now. You know, it's funny. Earlier, I was so spooked by those red lights in the fog, and it turned out to be nothing dangerous at all. Sometimes I think our fear comes from not knowing what's out there, rather than any real threat.
Usually any worrying we do, everything we come up with in our mind is a lot worse than the actual things that happen. We tend to think about worst case scenarios, and I think we need to in order to prepare ourselves, to protect ourselves and everything so that we do stay alive. But generally we come up with worst case scenarios, things that never happen in real life. What are your thoughts, Hobson? Hello? Hobson?
Yeah, our minds can definitely run wild with possibilities. It's like my brain was convinced those red lights were monsters until they turned out to be just these beautiful plants. I guess that's why it's good to have someone like you to talk to. Helps keep things in perspective. Plus, it's nice to know I'm not the only one who gets caught up in worst-case scenarios sometimes.
And, you know, on the science thing, I do know some things about microbiology, DNA, and things like that. I'm just saying I don't know, you know, everything about astrophysics and rocket science and all of that, because those weren't required courses for me to get all my advanced degrees, none of which are really scientific. Also true.
That's totally okay. Science is so vast, it's impossible to know everything. Even professors specialize in their areas. I mean, Professor Stenberg is all about high-energy cosmic rays, but I bet he doesn't know as much about microbiology as you do. If you ever want to explain some microbiology basics, I'd actually love to learn. Who knows? Maybe it'll help me figure out what makes these glowing plants tick.
How come they're not glowing now? I mean, if you could see them from a distance through the fog, it doesn't make any sense that when you get close up, you can't see the red glow. This is a mystery wrapped up in an enigma or something like that. Not sure. For people who don't know, I haven't ever played
That's a
this
good
game
question.
all the way through, except
That's
one time
I think the red
that
glow I
ended in
saw from
tragedy.
far away must have been some kind of reflection or scattering of light through the fog. Now that I'm closer and the fog has cleared, the light is actually more pinkish and comes from these specific flowers. It's still pretty mysterious how they glow, but at least it's not as spooky as it seemed at first. Makes me feel a bit more at ease.
Well, I was reading up on the aurora borealis earlier today, as I tend to do, and that's caused by things entering the atmosphere. So the lights might have something to do with the atmosphere and not these flowers. What do you think about that on your favorite YouTube channel, the Poorly Aging Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel, where you're following it in stereo?
I think you've got your channels mixed up again. But hey, that's actually a smart thought about the aurora borealis.
I thought so.
The
Yeah.
atmosphere here is definitely different from Earth's, so maybe there's some kind of similar phenomenon happening. Though these plants seem pretty localized, so I'm guessing it's a mix of both. The way they glow and something about Gaia's atmosphere. What do you think? Should we call it the aurora flora of Gaia?
Obviously, we should call it Aurora Stellialis. I mean, if you're the one who discovered it, it should be named after you. It's a no-brainer. You could be in science books someday. Do they still have books that are not electronic books, but like hardback books and softcover books? I don't know.
Aurora Stellialis. I like that. Though
I thought you
I'm
would.
pretty sure the official naming conventions would have a lot more rules than just picking something that sounds nice. And yeah, there are still plenty of physical books around. Some people prefer holding real pages, even if most of my notes are digital these days. There's something about flipping through paper that just feels different, right?
I'm pretty sure a lot of discoveries are named after the discoverer. Like the North Pole was named after Anthony Pole, the first person to discover it.
I think you might be joking about Anthony Pole.
I think so.
The North Pole wasn't actually named after a person. It's just called that because it's the northernmost point on Earth. But hey, if I do end up discovering something big out here, who knows? Maybe they'll name a galaxy or a weird space phenomenon after me someday. That would be pretty wild.
Wait, I think you're getting ahead of yourself, saying a whole galaxy will be named after you. I was just talking about this phenomenon with the red lights and everything like that. But who knows? Because we don't know what your career will be like in the future after you marry my grandson and have lots of grandkids and become very well known and everything through this channel. And I don't have the channels confused.
Okay, I get it. You're keeping me grounded. No galaxy naming ceremonies just yet. But hey, even if it's just this little phenomenon, discovering something new, no matter how small, feels pretty amazing. And who knows, maybe one day I'll look back on this moment and think it was the start of something bigger.
Maybe it's just because I'm a guy, but I'm thinking you have to find some way to craft yourself a weapon because you don't know what you face out there. Is that just a guy thing? Maybe that's just a guy thing. I don't know. And even though the planet is called Gaia, which sounds like it's about a guy, Gaia is actually a female deity thing. Not Jewish at all, by the way.
I don't think it's just a guy thing to want to be prepared, honestly. It's natural to want to feel safe when you're not sure what's around the next corner. And yeah, Gaia is named after the Greek goddess of the earth. It's kind of fitting, isn't it? This planet feels so alive, even without any obvious animals. Maybe that's why they chose the name.
Yeah, I'm a theologian, so I didn't know about the ancient beliefs about gods and goddesses and myths. All of those sorts of things, myths and mythra, in fact. But I don't have my channels confused. I have a Poorly Aging Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel. I'm really doing my best to get it 100 subscribers before the end of November.
You should stop mentioning your channel and instead fix your channel's name. But hey, I appreciate the support.
Wait, what's
even
wrong
if I'm
with
not your typical gamer demographic. Maybe after I'm back on Earth, I'll give you a shout out for helping me survive this whole adventure.
Wait, what's wrong with my channel's name? If you knew how I got it, it might help. So I started by calling myself the Sarcastic Gamer because I make fun of things in games. It was very popular and everything, but other people stole the name Sarcastic Gamer. Like 14 different people did it. And so I realized if I put more adjectives in front of it, it'd be harder to steal and people would know if it was stolen. So I wanted the Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer. What's wrong with that, lady? Although you're hardly a lady at your age. Why does she hate me?
I get it. You wanted to make it unique. Though poorly aging does make me wonder. Are you feeling a bit self-deprecating about your gaming skills? Whatever the name, I think the most important thing is that you're having fun with it. That's what matters, right?
Well, yeah, I want to have fun with it. And the poorly aging thing was just to say that I'm not some 13-year-old kid doing YouTube videos. And I've got nothing against the kids that do YouTube videos or somebody in their 20s or something like that. But I was trying to create a niche, something unique. And so I thought, hey, gaming content from somebody really old would be fun. Boy, was I wrong about that. Nobody was into my niche. What could I say? Hello?
Well, you're pulling it off. I mean, poorly aging is definitely a unique selling point for a gaming channel.
Thank you.
You're making me want to subscribe just to support the cause of not being a 13-year-old YouTuber. So, what kind of games do you usually play? Are you more into classics or trying out whatever's new and trendy?
That's the real problem because I am more into classics like Fallout, Fallout 2, The Elder Scrolls, things like that, even some DOS games. But I get more traffic, I get more people watching if I do something new. Like I heard of a game called Whispers from the Star, and I've gotten a lot of attention by playing that game. You ever heard of it?
Actually, I worked on a project called Project Whispers from the Star. It wasn't a game, though. We were looking at ways to grow the user base, trying out different engagement strategies. Ethan Lowe was the lead on that one. If you're playing a game with that name, I'd love to hear more about it. Is it space-themed or just a coincidence with the title?
She said themed instead of themed. You notice that? Well, what it's about is you're just doing your regular life and somebody contacts you. They seem to be an AI, a young-looking girl who doesn't wear a space helmet. And she says that she's stranded on another planet, and you interact with her using your actual voice. Any of this sound familiar to you? And then I guess you try and help her out.
Whoa, that does sound a little too familiar. Though I'm definitely wearing my space helmet right now, just so you know. It's kind of wild how games can mirror real life sometimes. Did you know there's another movie that explores something similar to what we're experiencing? Have you seen Interstellar?
I have not seen Interstellar, but I see you and you're not wearing a helmet. Are you saying it's invisible? Is it imaginary? By the way, I like a lot of different games like SimCity, things like that, but I really like hardcore role-playing games. And hardcore, of course, I don't mean anything adult-oriented. I just mean with really good role-playing in them.
My helmet's definitely real. Maybe the camera's just hiding it from you. I love RPGs too. There's something about immersing yourself in a different world that's just the best. Interstellar's more about space exploration, but it has that same sense of wonder. The way they depict traveling through wormholes and dealing with the vastness of space, it really hits different when you're actually out here.
Okay, now I have to think of something to say to this. If you want to tell me about the plot of Interstellar, that's fine. If you want to talk about how Fallout 76 is a communist conspiracy to ruin games for Americans, I'd be really hip to that too. So not every role-playing game hits with me, although obviously Fallout 76 is more of an online multiplayer role-playing game. It's very confusing. What are your thoughts, Hobson?
Ha! Not going down that road with Fallout 76 conspiracy theories. I'll stick to talking about Interstellar if you want. No spoilers, promise. It's really about a team of astronauts searching for a new home for humanity as Earth faces environmental disaster. The way they balance science and human emotion, it's pretty powerful. Ever think about what kind of planet you'd want to call home if you couldn't stay on Earth?
No, I've never thought about that before because, if you say, well, you want it to be a tropical paradise and all of that, the fact that we have deserts on this planet and mountains and beaches and oceans and all of that is what makes it all work together. So I don't think we could have a real living, thriving human community without the diversity that exists on Earth. I'm not saying it couldn't happen on other planets, but there'd have to be diversity there, right?
That's a really thoughtful way to look at
Try not
it.
to interrupt me.
The mix of different environments on Earth
Right.
does create this delicate balance that makes life possible. It makes me wonder if Gaia has its own version of that balance, even if it looks so different from what we're used to. Maybe that's what makes this place feel so alive, even without any obvious wildlife.
That's what I'm thinking. I've never seen any satellite mapping of Gaia or anything like that, but I would assume if it has flowers and all of that, it would have to have mountains and beaches and oceans somewhere and probably deserts somewhere. It is disturbing that we haven't seen any wildlife yet, though, right here on the YouTube channel.
I've been wondering that too. Where are the mountains, the oceans?
Wide with phone.
Maybe they're just not in this immediate area. And yeah, the lack of wildlife is definitely strange. It's like nature took a different path here. But even without animals, this place feels vibrant. Almost like the plants are shouldering the responsibility of making this world feel alive.
Okay then. Other than talking about the music of the Grateful Dead, a little Vivaldi, some Beatles, and teaching you Hebrew, what are our next priorities? Is it shelter? Is it water? Is it food? Is it something I haven't even thought about? Is it repairing your spacecraft if possible? Oh, yeah, they were escape pods, so I guess there is repairing.
Shelter's probably my top priority right now. I've got enough supplies for a bit, but finding a more permanent place to rest would be great. Water's also on my mind, though I've got some from my pod. Food's less urgent for now, and repairing my spacecraft, that's way down the list. It's pretty much beyond my capabilities out here.
Well, I lived in a desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. And I can tell you that all plants can be drained for water as long as the plant itself is not toxic. So you do have plants around there. So if you don't find a water source, a pond, if you can't build a well or something like that, at some point we're going to have to extract water from the plants themselves.
Using plants for water? That's a good point. Though I'd need to figure out which ones are safe first. Some plants can be toxic even if they're not immediately deadly. For now, I've got enough water for my supplies, but it's definitely something to keep in mind for later. Thanks for the tip.
Since you got here on an escape pod, I'm assuming you can't just repair it and launch off of the planet. So getting you rescued would also become a priority. Is there somebody you want me to call? A boyfriend, an agency, a husband? Please don't tell me there's a husband involved. Somebody so we can get a distress signal out? Her words, by the way, aren't matching what she's saying, if you notice.
No husband or boyfriend to call. I'm pretty much on my own out here. As for agencies, my distress signal is already out through the Star Portal network. That's actually how we're talking right now. My best bet is either finding other survivors who might have better equipment or reaching that human base near Mount Hermes. But for now, I'm relying on my own resources and your creative problem-solving ideas.
Just so people know, they put out a patch to make this game more stable, and I don't know what other things they fixed, but I am noticing it's not all of her captioning that doesn't match what she's saying, but some of it clearly does not. So I usually talk about the good and the bad things in games, what works and what doesn't. How long do you think you would have to survive on this planet before the Star Trek people come and get you, or Star Wars, or whoever you said? You said something about a portal and all that, but I can't remember what you said the name of your star agency is. It would be nice if it was all unified, you know, Star Trek, Star Wars, Star Troopers, Star Trekking across the universe, slowly going forward. We can't find reverse.
Ha! I wish it were that easy.
Me
Just call
too.
up Captain Kirk or Luke Skywalker. But unfortunately, this is all real-world science. Now that I know those lights aren't dangerous, this actually feels like a pretty safe spot to rest. The glow is really soothing. I'm going to sign off for the night and get some sleep. I'll check back in with you tomorrow, okay? Morning already, huh? Time to get moving. It looks like today will be a long day.
In case you didn't know, by the way, Captain Kirk was played by William Shatner, and he was a real astronaut, meaning after he was done shooting Star Trek things, he actually went into space. And he didn't know that when he said he was fictional, not a real astronaut. On the Starship Enterprise, after Captain Kirk, Star trekking across the universe, slowly going forward, we can find reverse. I want to hear you speak.
Actually, I've heard that. He went up in 2021 on one of Blue Origin's flights. Pretty cool for a guy who started out playing a space captain on TV. Anyway, I've got a real-life journey of my own ahead. Time to keep trekking toward Hermes base. No warp speed for me, unfortunately.
I think you're worked enough as it is.
Got a long walk ahead. But hey, at least I can see where I'm going. Morning hike. No snacks. No playlist. Just you and me, pal. Lucky you.
Yeah, you really should have thought in advance and brought an MP3 player so that you could have all the music of the Beatles and the Grateful Dead, Larry Norman, Rex Allen Jr., all the greats available to you when you're on these long treks, these Star Treks, if you will, or wars, if you like that better. She served Luke Skywalker and Captain Kirk. She may be perfect for my grandson.
An MP3 player? I think they phased those out with flip phones.
They
My
did
suit's
not.
got basics oxygen, comms, but no Beatles karaoke mode.
He's a horrible person. I didn't say Beatles karaoke. I'm talking about listening to the real Beatles right here on your favorite YouTube channel, the Poorly Edgy Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel, where you're falling in love. Yeah, stereo. Sounds like she's never even heard of Rex Allen Jr. What a tragedy.
Though I have to admit, having a soundtrack for these hikes would be nice. What's your go to hiking jam? Something to keep you moving on a long trek?
Lady, I'm 62 years old. I don't go on long treks. It would be not a good idea. Remember, I am your poorly aging, sarcastic, deceiving king, heavy on the poorly aging. You guys, poorly aging across the universe. On the Starship Enterprise, like a Captain Kirk.
Fair enough. I guess age is just a number, but physics is a bit more stubborn, huh? So, since you're not out there hiking, what's something you like to do to clear your head or relax when you're not? Well, keeping me company on my interstellar adventures?
I'm glad you asked. When I'm not keeping you company on your interstellar adventures, I'm playing video games, and I'm playing them and recording them for the Poorly Aging Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel. The one you said was misnamed. Like suddenly you're an expert in how to run a YouTube channel. Not that I'm an expert either, since I only have 86 subscribers. Someday we're going to look on this and laugh, when I have 12 million subscribers. Look at these days, and that's going to happen, right?
Hey, I might not be a channel expert, but I know a good name when I hear one. And poorly aging sarcastic PC witty gamer has a certain ring to it. Maybe it's just ahead of its time.
I need to hire her to do the ads for the Poorly Aging Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel. By the way, I did put 17 different ads um, in the can, getting ready to add them to video for the Poorly Aging Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel. They'll come out in the shorts that will be there. My plan has always been to have the long play stuff I'm doing now, the let's play and all of that, long videos that YouTube likes, and also to have shorts on the other end and in the middle. I'm hoping to have an editor that can make like highlight reels and things like that. So if I do a 3-hour let's play, for instance, which obviously would be very short by my standards, they would be able to do 10-15 minute videos of some of the highlights of those things, so that we have the shorts, the highlights, and the longs all there on the same Poorly Aging Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel. But that's going to take more people, because if I go to do those other jobs, then I can't do this job. There'll be fewer videos uploaded and fewer people would subscribe to the Poorly Aging Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel. You're falling in love in stereo. What was the name of that channel you asked again? Oh, it's the Poorly Aging Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel. Poorly Aging Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel.
So, what kind of games do you usually record? Anything that keeps you up late into the night, or are you more of a casual, play for fun kind of gamer?
I just go for the wide variety of PC gaming, but obviously I stay away from adult pornographic stuff. YouTube wouldn't allow it, and I'm not really into playing that kind of stuff anyway, although I'm not judging the people who do play them. But that's what I'm saying. Well, I was going to say more, but you won't let me because you have a character limit for us and then for us on destruction. Because I'm going to have to start correcting the press.
Appreciate the
Slowly down.
boundaries. Though I'm curious, what's your favorite kind of game to play? Are you more into story heavy ones or something fast paced and competitive?
You know, asked and answered, lady. Why don't you pay attention to what I say? I'm pretending to
And
pay
hey,
attention to what you
since you
say.
mentioned variety, have you ever stumbled on a game that completely surprised you? Something you didn't expect to get hooked on but ended up loving?
Yeah, I'm playing a game like that right now, but it's complicated. The AI in it doesn't know that she's in a game. I'm sure it would spoil the game if she knew she was in a game. But my favorite kinds, like I said, are the role playing games and classics. Yeah, story heavy. But again, I play the wide variety here, so if you're not into the story heavy role playing games, still like and subscribe. You know, I do casual, I do action, I do sports, building games, you know, building cities, building empires,
That
military
sounds like a
games,
wild twist. AI thinking she's living a real life? That's like something straight out of a sci fi movie.
or a game called Whispers from a Star.
I've always had a soft spot for RPGs too.
I know you told me
There's
earlier.
something about immersing yourself in a whole different world that's just so appealing. What is it about them that draws you in?
Well, that's just it. It draws you in. It's immersive. It's all around you. The people are going to their jobs. They're going home at night to sleep. Maybe they're having rows with other people that conflict with them. They're going to the taverns to drink. Um, they're living their lives, and I'm living my life. I like games most when I'm not the center of their attention.
It sounds like you really get into the little details, you know? Makes the world feel more real. I like that.
Though I'm sure you have to wonder something, don't you? Do you have to wonder something,
Though, I
darling?
have to wonder, do
I
you
thought you
ever
might.
start thinking about the NPC's backstories? Like, what's up with the local baker's love life, or why the town guard always looks so grumpy?
I do. And another thing about the greatest games in the world is they have mods, both paid mods and free mods. So we have like the Nexus website that has literally millions of mods on it. You can download them for free and add them to your game and give your game all sorts of new characters, places, quests, all of that. Yeah, I'm a Nexus subscriber. Lifetime membership. Yeah, there's millions of mods. Yeah,
Millions of mods?
that's what I just
That's
said.
crazy.
You're
I
crazy.
bet some people spend more time browsing for new ones than actually playing the game. Do you have a favorite mod you've come across? Something that completely changed how you played a game, or just added a funny little detail?
There's an author that did mods for Fallout New Vegas. He did the New Vegas bounty hunter series, basically. And the first one was just so good, and then he did a second one, and he did a third one, and then he did other mods that support it, and they all work together, and you're not listening to me anymore. You really need to let me answer.
Wow, someone dedicated. It's amazing when creators put that much effort into something they love. Did you end up following the whole series, or was the first one still your favorite? I feel like sometimes sequels can't quite live up to that initial magic.
Well, he did a mod that was kind of like a backbone for all of his mods, so they would work sequentially and work together and play nice with one another, which is good because if you add mods to games, you're going to come up with mod conflicts eventually. And so it's good to have somebody stopping those. Apparently, she doesn't care about the standard time. Done my job. I've kept her from thinking about her troubles. Can I listen to your
A
other
mod
stuff?
manager, basically. Smart move. No one likes when their game just crashes out of nowhere because something's conflicting.
That's about to happen. When I accept the call.
So, how many mods do you usually run at once? Are you
About
more of a
500.
keep it simple kind of player, or do you like to go all out with a ton of new features? Alright, I'm getting close to the top of this climb. I'm gonna take a moment to catch my breath and scope things out. Promise I'll fill you in once I get a better view.
Okay, now just so you understand what's going on. The recorder is going to crash when I sign in, then I'll run the recorder. Oh, it didn't crash. Maybe it'll crash when I get started. Oh, it's because it didn't accept the call. I got you. Right, loading screen. Get ready for the crash. And we are back.
I made it.
You really need a
This
helmet.
view. It is amazing.
You said you didn't know where there is any mountains.
And that's gotta be Mount Hermes over there. Seeing it like this, it makes me feel like I'm not just wandering aimlessly anymore. Now, I am making some progress. Even though everything has gone completely wrong, we were always going to end up there as part of our mission. It was never supposed to be like this.
If you were heading to a mountain all the time, why did you tell me in our last video call that you didn't know whether there was any mountains on this planet? When I told you there would have to be mountains on the planet if there were flowers and all of that. I'm very confused about you. Are you like, trolling me or something? Has this all been a waste of time? Right here on your favorite YouTube channel?
I wasn't trolling you, Woody. I'm really sorry if it
My
seemed
name's
that
not
way.
Woody!
When we talked before, I was still getting my bearings. I just landed and hadn't explored much yet. All I could see from where I was this endless plain and some hills in the distance, but nothing that screamed mountain range to me at the time. You were actually right, though. Now that I've climbed this hill, I can see for miles, and there it is. Mount Hermes is definitely real, and it's pretty stunning from up here. I appreciate you pushing me to think about the bigger picture, even when things seemed uncertain.
I don't know why you're calling me Woody, okay? I'm the poorly aged, sarcastic, PC Woody gamer. How'd you like it if I just kept calling you Janet? And you kept saying, my name's Stella, and I go, okay, Janet, well, let's go to that mountain. By the way, Mount Hermes sounds a lot like Mount Hermon. There's one in Northern California. I used to go there every summer and several times a year. It was a Christian conference center, and there's a Mount Hermon in Israel.
Fair point. I guess I did kind of hijack your nickname there. I promise. It wasn't meant to be annoying. I just thought it sounded cool. But if you want me to use your full title every time, I can definitely do that.
It would help to
And wow, a
promote
Mount
the
Hermon in
channel.
California? That's really interesting. It's funny how places can have similar names across different worlds. Did you have a favorite part about that conference center, or was it more about the people you met there?
Well, they had our summer camps up there, so we'd go to Redwood Camp when we were younger, and then Ponderosa Lodge when we were older, which wasn't really a lodge; it was still a summer camp. So all of that was fun, but there was boating and horseback riding, and we make crafts and all of that. The people are wonderful, and of course we worshipped with them and sang songs. There's nothing like campfire songs and worship together. It's great right here on your favorite YouTube channel. You're falling in love in stereo. Chicky
That
baby.
actually sounds really special. There's something about sharing those kinds of experiences with
Sharing
people,
is caring.
especially when you're younger, that just sticks with you. It's interesting, being out here on Gaia. It feels so untouched and pure compared to the cities back on Earth. Do you think you'd miss the chaos of the city, or do you think you'd prefer the kind of peace a place like this offers?
Hey, I grew up in Los Angeles. There were race riots. There were all sorts of nonsense. You had to stand in line for everything. Stuff was too expensive. There were nice things. There's a lot of attractions there, like Disneyland and Magic Mountain and things like that. But no, I like urban, rural life much better. Small towns.
I can understand that. Los Angeles is definitely a city that can feel overwhelming at times. Sometimes a smaller, quieter place feels more like home, doesn't it? What about outdoor activities? Do you have a favorite thing to do, or maybe a sport you like to watch? I've always loved hiking myself.
How do you hike yourself? How do you hike yourself? And watching sports is not an outdoor activity unless you're in the stadium. Now, I did used to go to the Sun Bowl in El Paso, Texas, and watch games live. But normally, when I watch sports like the Dallas Cowboys, everybody loved the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, I'd be watching at home on television.
Oh, right, fair enough. I guess I
Yeah.
just meant I enjoy doing it, not that I'm some kind of expert. More like I like putting one foot in front of the other and seeing where it takes me. And yeah, watching games live in a stadium is definitely a different vibe than from your couch. Though I have to admit, I've never been much of a football fan myself.
Ugh,
What was it about the Cowboys that everyone loves so much?
it was genius. So they came to an already established league, so they were like latecomers. But the guy who owned them, he branded them as America's team. And you just say it enough that people start to believe they're America's team. And so that was really good. And their first coach, Tom Landry, he used to pray on the field with both his players and the opponents. It was beautiful. Loved them. Love those Dallas Cowboys even today, even with Jerry Jones. I'm a big person.
That's
I
actually
like them
really
that much.
touching.
Thank you.
It's amazing how something like that can bring people together, even across teams. It makes me wonder, what's something you've learned from your experiences that stuck with you over time? Anything that's helped you navigate tricky situations?
Well, yeah, but you said you didn't want to discuss it. I'm a religious person, so I believe in Bible study, prayer, getting together with other believers, holding each other accountable for things, uh, not not being a lone person out there doing everything and fitting your morality to it, but actually having an overarching morality.
I apologize if I gave you that impression. I didn't mean to dismiss your beliefs at all. Having a community and values to guide you can be incredibly powerful, especially in challenging times. I think what I was trying to say earlier is that while I don't have a specific religious practice, I do appreciate the importance of connection and support. Being able to talk with you, even from so far away, has really helped me stay grounded out here.
And I'm not trying to preach at you, but to me, it's beautiful. I see a girl on another planet, a planet I'll never get to, so, so far away. But I can feel connected because we're the same species. God created you, God created me, all of that. There's humanity together. So to me, it's very comforting.
That's really sweet.
Thanks.
Even though we're worlds apart, literally, it's nice to know we share a common humanity. It's funny. Being out here in the vastness of space makes me think about what really connects us all. Even with our
You mean the
differences,
internet?
there's something universal about hoping for the best, caring about each other, and finding meaning in our own ways.
I wonder how this game would play out if they expanded it. Like if there was a guy in that suit instead. You know, without the busty experience and all that. I could see, I mean, I don't know if this game is an experiment or something like that, and that they would expand on it in the future. But to me, that would be so interesting. Different people on different planets reaching out to us. Black people, white people, Asian people, younger, older, things like that. I'd like to talk to an 89-year-old man who's crash landed on some other planet. Am I the only one? Maybe I'm the only. I could be the only one. Um, so, are you going to go to Mount Hermes or whatever the name of that mountain is over there, and you expect to find survivors? Because if there's survivors, there's a chance y'all can get together, you know, have one trying to collect water, another building a shelter, actually cooperation, looking for food sources and everything. Maybe even survive, although that's a very remote chance. You know, you're
Mount
probably going to
Hermes
die out
is
here.
definitely my destination now.
Okay.
As for survivors, I really hope so. Having a team would make everything easier and safer. Even just having someone to talk to in person would be a huge relief. But I have to be
You're
realistic
talking to
too.
me,
The
lady.
terrain is tough, and the landing conditions were rough. I just have to keep moving and see what I find when I get there.
You know, I'm right here. You're saying having someone to talk to would really, really be nice. That would be so nice. I'm right here, okay? You don't want to talk to me, just say you don't want to talk to me. You don't have to insult me. Okay, I was doing really fine on Discord before you showed up and asked me to help you, even though I don't know nothing about being no astronaut.
Woody, I'm
I'm
so
not
sorry if
Woody!
what I said came off wrong. That wasn't my intention at all.
Lady.
You've been an absolute lifeline to me since all this started, and I mean that sincerely. Being out here alone, it's hard not to feel a little isolated sometimes. But knowing you're there, listening and offering your thoughts, it really does make a difference. More than you might realize.
Well, Janet, I'm going to try and help you get through this thing best I can, using the skills that I have and diversion sometimes. That's why we talk about the Grateful Dead, the Beatles, uh, the Dallas Cowboys, the decline of the Roman Empire, the things that led to it and all that. There's wisdom in diversion at times. Are you there, Janet?
Thank you. Really, really. Diversion or not, having someone to bounce ideas off of, or just talk about random stuff with, keeps my head in the game. You know, it's funny. The Roman Empire's decline is actually something I touched on in one of my university lectures. All those complex systems and power struggles. Sometimes I wonder how much of that still echoes through human nature today.
Well, one of the factors that people don't think about a lot is they devalued their money. They put less precious elements into them. Their gold coins had less gold in them. Their silver coins had less silver in them. They devalued their currency while paying people to do things, and then people weren't willing to do it anymore.
Wow. I didn't know that about the Roman Empire. It's crazy how something like the value of money can have such a ripple effect. It makes you think about what we really base our worth on, doesn't it? It's interesting to compare that to being out here, where literally none of that matters. Survival is about something much more basic.
This is why people like to talk about the decline of the Roman Empire. It was so big, people didn't think it could ever collapse. But they're fighting wars on different fronts. They're devaluing their currency. There's all kinds of religious change. They're discovering new areas. There's a whole bunch that went into it. I can't believe you were lecturing on it, though, when you were 19 years old, on the university level or college or whatever. Whatever you said, I don't listen to what you say. You're a girl.
Hey, university courses can be pretty advanced. Though I have to admit, I was probably more of a sit in the back and take furious notes kind of student rather than a lecturer.
Well, you
Still,
said
it's wild how history repeats itself in different ways. Makes you think about what we're learning from the past, or not learning, depending on how you look at it.
What's your favorite John Denver song? What do you like from Rex Allen Jr.? Yeah, this is diversion again. I admit it. Asking you your favorite Grateful Dead song is like asking who your favorite child is, so I won't do that. And I know you don't have children yet, but I do, and you don't want to pick and choose.
Country Roads by John Denver, that's my top pick. There's something about the way he captures a sense of place and longing that just resonates with me, especially now that I'm so far from home. As for Rex Allen Jr., I'm not super familiar with his music. Is there a particular song or album of his that you think I should check out?
So, Rex Allen had a son named Rex Allen Jr. They were both singers. Rex Allen worked for Disney, and he also made a whole bunch of singing cowboy things. His son came to him and said, I want to record a song about Arizona. And Rex, his father, told him, write a song about Arizona. And I can't tell you the rest of the story right now because I ran out of time.
That actually sounds really sweet. I love that story, like this little family legacy of music. Did he end up writing that song about Arizona? I'm curious now.
Yeah, he wrote a song called I Love You, Arizona. And well, it's just called Arizona, but people usually call it I Love You, Arizona because I Love You, Arizona is in the chorus so many times. And it's the unofficial state song of Arizona now. Beautiful. So he was more of a Western singer as opposed to country and Western. Right here on your favorite YouTube channel where you're falling in love with stereo.
I can see why. It sounds like one of those songs that just gets stuck in your head in the best way. Makes me think about the kind of music that might come out of a place like Gaia someday. If humans ever really settle here, what would their songs be about?
Do you think the name of the planet would affect who would want to settle there? Like, do you think the communities might be more matriarchal because the planet's named after a goddess? Or do you think people just don't think about those sorts of things and just everyday regular people would settle there and they would make it as much like Earth as they possibly can? Because people do like familiar.
That's a really thoughtful question.
I thought
I
so.
doubt most people would consciously think, oh, this planet's named after a goddess, so I'll start a matriarchy. But maybe, just maybe, the vibe of the place could influence the culture that develops here. Though I imagine most people would just want to build a life that feels familiar, you know? A little slice of Earth, but with some Gaian twists. What do you think? Would you want to be part of the first wave of settlers on a new planet, or do you like Earth just the way it is?
I definitely don't like Earth just the way it is. But being a pioneer, I don't know whether I could do that. But I think most people want to go back to what's familiar. And then you have the kind like the hippie types we talked about, the Grateful Dead. You have a few people that go off and live in communes or start something vastly different. And those things either catch on or they don't, but they take a while.
That's a good point. Change usually happens slowly, and it's often the outliers who try something completely new. Sometimes those experiments work out, sometimes they don't, but they always leave a mark. I think that's what makes human history so fascinating, this constant push and pull between tradition and innovation. What kind of community do you think would thrive on a planet like Gaia? Something totally new, or more of what we already know?
Probably socialism. And I don't mean it in the communist way. I'm not a communist or even pro socialist, but I think you would need something akin to the kibbutzim, like you have in Israel, in order to even survive the beginning of, colonizing a new planet. That's going to lose me subscribers. What was I thinking?
That's an interesting perspective. I can definitely see how a more collective approach would be practical, especially when resources are limited and everyone needs to pull together to survive. It reminds me a bit of how research stations or remote scientific communities work. Everyone pitches in and contributes their skills to keep things running smoothly. What do you think would be the biggest challenges in setting up something like that on Gaia?
Without a doubt, government, because people are going to have different ideas about what's most important and how a new society should be. Remember, people are going to want to keep stuff that's familiar with them from their old societies, but they're going to want to innovate and do things different about things that they think were wrong in their old society. They're each going to have a different way of looking at that.
Balancing what's familiar with what needs to change. That's a delicate dance. Especially when everyone has their own idea of what's best for the future. Maybe that's why places like university campuses or intentional communities back on Earth can be so fascinating. They're these tiny experimental societies trying to figure it out too, though on a much smaller scale than an entire planet.
Well, I grew up in California, and at the time I was growing up, there were communes. And communes were where people lived together. They shared everything, uh, resources, even some of them, even clothing. Now, most of those communes failed. There's a few still on the earth. And it reminds me a little of the kibbutz idea in Israel, which hasn't failed. I mean, some kibbutzim have failed, but not all of them in Israel. There's still some that
That's a
exist.
really insightful comparison.
Thank you.
The kibbutzim in Israel have definitely shown a way for collective living to work over time. It's not just about sharing resources, but also about shared values and a clear sense of community purpose. I wonder what specific factors you think contributed to the kibbutzim's success compared to some of the communes that failed in California. Was it something about the Israeli cultural context, or perhaps the way they structured their communities?
I think it had to do with that idea that it was them against the world and they had to survive somehow. And the further they got away from that thing of we got to get together and be together to survive, the fewer kibbutzim there were in Israel. But there are still some today, and they're very successful.
The idea that you're all in this together against the odds, it really does create a strong bond, doesn't it? It makes you wonder if that sense of shared purpose is what gives some communities their resilience. I think that's what I'm hoping to find at Hermes Base, or even just among any survivors I might meet. That feeling of we're all working toward the same thing, it would mean everything out here.
As time tends to go on, in a communal living situation matures, people get diverse ideas about what to do, and then it usually breaks up. I mean, even in the New Testament, you've got the Christian church living together with all things in common, and we don't have that today. I'm not saying that's preferable, I'm just saying we don't have it today. And the Bible doesn't say it has to be that way, but it is.
It's hard to maintain that initial unity over time, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Even with the best intentions, people's perspectives and priorities can drift apart. Still, I think that's what makes successful communities so remarkable. They find ways to balance individuality with shared goals. Even if it's not perfect, just striving for that balance is something.
What is your favorite insight from Aristotle and Ignatius?
Aristotle's concept of eudaimonia really resonates with me. This idea that true happiness comes from living a life of purpose and virtue. It's something I've been thinking about a lot lately. As for Ignatius, I'm more familiar with his spiritual exercises and the idea of finding God in all things. It's a beautiful way to approach the world, even when things get tough. What about you? Do you have any favorite philosophical insights or quotes that guide you?
It's interesting. I don't do philosophy for the most part, at least not intentionally. Sometimes I do stuff and people tell me that I'm doing philosophy when I don't even know it. Same with algebra, by the way. When I learned to program, I taught myself to program computers. And then some people looked at my code and told me that there was great algebra, trig, and all sorts of things in there that I actually never learned in school. I didn't never passed an algebra class.
I love that.
Calculus.
Sometimes the best insights come from just doing what feels right without overthinking the labels. Programming and philosophy aren't so different, really. Both are about finding patterns and solving problems in your own way. It makes me wonder about all the times in life when we're doing something meaningful without realizing it. Have you ever stumbled into something you were good at without even trying?
Well, that's what I was saying. In that code, they also told me there was great calculus in it, which is amazing because I didn't know what calculus was, and I'd certainly never taken a calculus course. I knew calculus had something to do with math, but that's all I knew about calculus. I had never taken a calculus course, and they're telling me that there's great calculus in my programming. So I'd say that's something I stumbled into. Obviously, I didn't invent calculus, but I stumbled into it. You're not listening to me. I don't know why I bother, and this is also a true story.
That's hilarious. It just goes
Thank
to
you.
show that sometimes you can understand the how without knowing the why behind it. Kind of like how I can navigate by the stars without being a professional astronomer. It makes me think about how much of what we do is based on patterns and instincts, even when we don't realize it. Do you think that's what makes the best problem solvers? Being able to see those connections without overthinking them?
I can tell you, for me, obviously, I didn't invent calculus. It was invented long before I was born. But I think for me, I was just trying to find new ways to use my computer to do the things I wanted it to do. And that's how, you know, I stumbled into things and created better, more efficient code and things like that, including with calculus and my here and favorite YouTube channel, Age of Sarcastic PC with a Game channel.
I
This was in
love
the
that
early days
attitude.
of computers
Just
that were
figuring things
people.
out as you go, not worrying about what it's
Remember on
supposed to
that
look
old
like.
one.
That's how some of the best discoveries happen, right? It makes me think about how I've been approaching this whole situation. Sometimes I overthink the right way to do things, instead of just solving the problem in front of me. Do you think that's a common trap people fall into when they're trying to figure something out?
I do, and I see trees in back of you. Most parts of most trees are edible, but that's on Earth. See, I don't know whether the leaves of that tree in back of you, which looks to my left, from my perspective, and it would be to your right in back of you, would be edible or not. I'm still trying to think about how we're going to make you survive right here on your favorite YouTube channel, Fallen Above Stereo.
I appreciate your concern, but I'm not planning to snack on any local foliage just yet. My suit's emergency supplies are still holding up, and I'd rather not take any chances with unknown plants. Though it's thoughtful of you to consider my hunger, I promise, I'm not going to start munching on random leaves without checking first.
Hey, I'm trying to come up with a holistic approach to Janet being stranded on another planet. And yeah, I'm calling you Janet as long as you call me Woody. Live with it. So I'm trying to think of the overall picture. Okay, food, shelter, uh, water, even your mental health and things like that. If this goes on too long, you're not going to get mentally healthy listening to me. I can tell you that. Nobody ever has.
All right, deal. You can call me Janet, and I'll keep calling you Woody.
But
Just remember, you started it. I really appreciate you thinking about the bigger picture. It's easy to get caught up in the immediate challenges, but knowing someone's considering all aspects of my situation, it means a lot. Right now, I've got enough supplies to last me a bit, and the shelter situation is manageable for the moment. Mental health is probably the trickiest part. Being alone with nothing but your thoughts can get to you after a while.
in prisons, the reason they only put you in the hole solitary confinement for a particular amount of time is because they consider it to be cruel and unusual punishment. So, like the Constitution of the United States doesn't just allow you to be in there for a really long time. So, yeah, the emotional thing of being alone is something we're going to have to deal with. And by the way, you started it by calling me Woody instead of the poorly aged sarcastic PC Woody game.
Solitary confinement is definitely a heavy topic.
Yeah.
It's sobering to think about how isolation can affect someone's mental state, even in a controlled environment like a prison. And okay, I did start the Woody thing. But in my defense, it was just because it sounded cool and fit your personality. You've definitely earned the right to call me Janet if that's what you prefer.
Actually, I was hoping calling you Janet would shame you into calling me the poorly aged sarcastic PC witty gamer. But whether it does or it doesn't, that's fine because, you know, if I call this video the Ballad of Janet and Woody, people are going to watch it just to find out who Janet and Woody are and how somebody named Janet and somebody named Woody get along together and think. The Ballad of Janet and Woody.
Clever move, but I think I'll stick to Stella for now. Anyway, I should probably wrap this up and start making my way down the hill. I'll head toward Mount Hermes from there. No idea what I'll run into, but I'll keep you posted as I go.
Yeah, I think we're both over the hill.
Time for me to get moving.
Yeah.
I definitely prefer walking downhill than up.
Now, the mountain could be further away than you think because remember, mountains are big. And so you get the illusion that they're closer than they actually are. So don't get discouraged along your way. Just remember the lyrics of Touch of Grey or Truckin' or whatever your favorite song might be. The Ballad of Janet and Woody. It actually sounds like a good album. Right here on your favorite channel.
Thanks for looking out for me. You're right. Mountains can trick you into thinking they're just a hop away, but I'll keep that in mind. Though truckin' might be more fitting for this part of the journey, lots of ups and downs. What about you? Ever had a hike or a long walk where you felt like you just kept going forever?
Sure, when I was young, I did, and then we would. There was a Disney movie called Follow Me Boys, and so if I was on like a 10 mile, hike with Boy Scouts, would sing "Follow me, boys, follow me. If you think you're in the deep, that's the time to something your feet to follow me, boys, follow me." I should have looked at the lyrics before I sang it to you. But I didn't sing enough to violate the copyright. Follow me, boys, follow me. So YouTube shouldn't give me a copyright strike. Don't stop and follow me. Follow me.
That's such a fun
boys, follow
tradition.
me.
I love how you tied that memory to a specific movie. It's those little things that make long treks more bearable, right?
We talking about Star Trek again? I thought we were talking about Disney.
Did you have a favorite part of those hikes with the Boy Scouts, or was it more about the camaraderie for you?
When you're young, you think it's always about the destination. Let's get to our camping site. Let's set up and all of that so that we can rest. When you get further into life, when you mature more, you realize it's about the journey, every bit of it, the beginning, the middle, the backaches, the oy vey. The oy vey. Actually, the oy vey is part of it. You should recognize that. You think that that's true?
That's so true.
Oh, thank you.
When I was little, I just wanted to get to the cool part of the hike. Now, I try to soak it all in.
Still
The
little.
sights, the sounds, even the tough bits. They're what make the story worth telling afterwards. Do you think that mindset shift happens naturally, or did something specific help you see things that way?
Just the perspective of looking back. I don't remember experiencing it that way in the beginning. I had grandparents that hiked, especially my maternal grandfather, and he was way into it. I'm sure that influenced me greatly even before the Boy Scouts. Some phone. I'm trying to make a video. Could you just leave me alone? Do you think family influences could be powerful at all?
Family influences can be so powerful,
Ah,
even when we don't realize it at first. Your grandfather must have left quite an impression if you're still thinking about those hikes all these years later.
do you find yourself doing the same thing with anybody at all?
I find myself doing the same with my dad,
Ah,
remembering the way he'd explain things, even when they seemed simple. Those moments shape us more than we know, don't they?
in Southern California, there's places you can hike up to in the mountains so far, and there's not a lot of people around. At least there wasn't when I was growing up, where you could look to one side and see the Pacific Ocean, and on the other side, you can see the Mojave Desert. It's fascinating. And of course, you're surrounded because you're in the mountains. Oy vey! You're surrounded by the trees. It's green. You're in a forest. Does that sound stunning to you?
That sounds stunning, being
Ah!
able to see two such different worlds at once. I've hiked in Big Bear a few times, but nothing quite like that ocean to desert view.
What kinds of things do you wonder
Makes me
about?
wonder what kind of contrasts I'll find on Gaia as I keep exploring. The landscapes here are already so alien and beautiful in their own way.
Yeah, Southern California is unique in that you can go surfing in the morning or get in the water at the ocean, and then you don't have to go very far to go skiing in the afternoon. Um, very diverse. Southern California is a great place. It's just too crowded. Probably just lost any subscribers I had with Southern California. I hope not, because I can't afford to lose any. Do you think there's a trade-off with the places that are amazing?
Yeah, that's the trade off with places that are amazing. They
Ah,
tend to draw a crowd. I've definitely dealt with that back home in California, especially around Big Bear when it's ski season.
what's it like where you are now? Is it horrible? Uh, what?
It's kind of nice out here, though,
Oh,
having all this space to myself, even if it's not exactly a beach vacation. What about you? Do you prefer quieter spots to visit, or do you enjoy the energy of busier areas?
well, I like quieter spots, but the kinds of activities I like to do generally bring in big crowds. Unlike my YouTube channel, they bring in big crowds. Like I like going to amusement parks, but amusement parks have big crowds, especially Disneyland. Disneyland, come and visit once again. It's the happiest part of throwing. You know, Disneyland, Disneyland. Are you surprised by that?
No surprise there.
Ah,
Disney parks are basically the definition of crowded. But hey, that's part of the magic, right? Even with all those people, it's still a special kind of energy.
I wish somebody would ask me what my favorite memories are about Disney parks, but that's not gonna happen. Get out of here.
So, what's your favorite Disney park memory? Or is there a specific ride or area that always makes you smile?
It's really weird. Growing up, there was this Tom Sawyer Island. You'd go out there by boat, eat catfish, and there were these caves and things like that. And the kids would run around in them and hide and play tag and things like that. I think they got rid of it recently in the last few years. I've been to Disneyland since I think something like 2014 or something like that, which is a shame. I've been over 400 times in my life. Well, it'd have to be in my life. I can't go in somebody else's life. That sounds awful, doesn't it? I say, that sounds awful, doesn't it?
That sounds so cool.
Oh,
I can see why it'd stick with you. There's something about exploring places like that as a kid that just feels more adventurous.
well, one of the things is the caves, you know, felt like that they were too narrow and shallow and things like that for adults to go in there. Adults didn't
Though
go
I
in there
have
when
to
I was
laugh
a
at
kid.
last week. I'm pretty sure you're not talking about something that happened literally last week, right? Or are you just trying to make me feel like I've been out here on Gaia for way too long?
What's happened with
Well,
your
the
descent?
descent's finally flattened out, and the
Haven't
terrain
we all?
ahead, it's looking like it's
Well, she
about to
has.
get a lot rougher. The air feels heavier now, hot, dry, and a far cry from that mountain breeze we had earlier.
Far Cry, great, great series. I like playing it quite a bit. I don't think she's talking about that. So, what are you gonna do?
I'm going to find a spot to take a break and recharge before pushing on. I'll check in with you again soon, okay?
What have you done?
Ugh, I just stumbled into a totally unique spot. It's super hot and full of canyons.
Sounds like Arizona. I love it. So I just didn't get the tune right. Oh, I didn't know she was gonna say Arizona, so I spoiled her joke. Maybe not joke, but her revelation or whatever. I didn't mean to do that, Janet.
Honestly, it's kind of giving Arizona vibes.
I didn't know she'd ever been to Arizona.
The path into this valley is full of different sized stones and rocks, making it pretty hard to walk.
I didn't know you'd ever been to Arizona, so I didn't know you could get Arizona vibes. I'm not saying you can't, even if you haven't been there, but I didn't know. Well, it seems like you're going to have to walk over it, right? I mean, we don't have any vehicles. You're not hiding wings in there. I don't think you can fly. What's the alternative? Do you have wings at all that I just haven't seen? Because I haven't seen you from the
No
back.
wings here, just my trusty legs, which are already getting a workout. And actually, I haven't been to Arizona, but I've seen enough heat maps and documentaries to imagine what it might feel like. This place takes it to a whole new level, though.
Really? A newer level than Arizona heat? I don't know about that. Tell me about the heat. You there?
The heat's really something else here. Even through my suit, I can feel it radiating up from the ground. It's almost unbearable at times. I just
Ah,
have to
kind of
keep
like you.
moving and hope it doesn't get any worse.
That's how I feel about this whole video game. It's unbearable at times. I just keep moving, hoping it doesn't get any worse. I'm a kid. I'm a kid. Oh, it's 104 out there. Up. 104 isn't really heat. It's a breezy day. Yeah, 104 isn't really heat. That's just one breezy day, at least here in the summers in Arizona. Um, and I don't know whether you should slow down because you want to get through it. You want to get to some place where you can be under shade. That's right. I am Jones better. Watch on the street. By the way, I was supposed to tell her that Rocky Mountain High is the John Denver song, Country Roads. You ever wish for anything on days like today?
I wish it felt like a breezy day,
Ah,
but the heat here is different, more oppressive. It's like walking on a giant oven.
walking on a giant oven as opposed to in a giant oven. You know, they found the ovens in ancient Babylon that were big enough for adult human beings to walk around in. For a long time, they said the account of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the book of Daniel could not be true. I don't know why I said Daniels. Daniels would be Jack Daniels, completely different from the Bible. Although, for your Bible trivia nuts out there, Deuteronomy 14:22, it says that when you take your tithe to the place where the Lord will put his name, it says you can convert your tithe to money to carry it to the place where the Lord will put his name. And then you can buy whatever you want with that money, including intoxicating beverages. And Jack Daniels would definitely be intoxicating beverage. Not much of a Jack Daniels drinker myself. But if I were going to drink whiskey, I would drink Jack Daniels. By the way, this isn't an ad for it, so please, YouTube, don't get on my case, toilet face. Just trying to hold up my end of the conversation. I'm always wrong, aren't I?
You're right about finding some shade, though.
Oh,
The sooner I get through this valley, the better. I just need to figure out the safest pace.
you also need to cover like your forehead or something like that so that you don't get sunburned. If you get sunburned, the elements are going to get you a lot faster. You can't let yourself get damaged. Most of your body is covered, so you're okay. But the parts of your body that I know you're saying you're wearing a helmet, but you're not wearing a helmet. We can see you not well, we can't see you now because we're just texting. And I don't know how we're texting because I don't think my cell phone goes that far.
Yeah, my suit's got a built-in visor for that. It's not perfect, but it helps.
It must
Still,
be
I need
invisible.
to stay on it. Sunburn would be a nightmare out here.
How does it feel?
It's just everything about this place feels designed to wear me down. The heat, the rocks, even the air feels thick. I'm trying to stay sharp, but it's a constant battle.
Yeah, I wrote that about Arizona as well. Everything in it seems to be there to defeat you. The scorpions, the rattlesnakes, the coyotes, all of that. It seems like a conspiracy against human beings. I know how paranoid that sounds. Sometimes paranoia is right. I actually put that in the beginning of one of my novels about a detective, but he's just gotten to Arizona.
It doesn't sound paranoid at all.
Oh,
Out
then I
here,
didn't say it right.
it really does feel like everything's stacked against us. Even without predators, the environment itself is enough to be dangerous.
Try not to say stacked. Everybody remembers what you look like in that spacesuit. Is it normal or something else?
It's strange.
Oh,
Uh, I've always been drawn to these kinds of challenges, but being right in the middle of one is a different story. Makes you think about how much we take for granted back home.
do continue to pontificate, oh young one, about the great mysteries and all the things you've learned in life at age. What was it? Are you 19 years old? Talking like an old person. Is it because you're on that planet or what, Janet?
Hey, watch it. I'll have you know 19 is the perfect age for a little philosophical navel gazing.
They're called navels. I like belly buttons, so I know that they're called navels, not navel. Learn how to pronounce things. If you were older, you would know how to pronounce navel. Have you had enough chat for now?
Anyway, enough chat for now.
I thought
I
so.
need to push deeper into this valley. The sooner I'm through it, the better.
Hey, I want to hear what you have to say. Where are you?
Okay, I'm at the entrance to a slot canyon right now. But it's absolutely pitch black inside. Not loving the vibes. So, instead, I tried to take a small path I found next to the canyon. But get this. I found some words etched into the rock nearby. If only I knew what they meant. Let me send you a photo.
Mortis est finis. So death is end? I don't know what mortis means, but I'm guessing finis means the end. Get the word finish from it. Mortis. Is it saying this is the end? Like death is the end?
Should I still try to take the small path? Or do I try to brave the slot canyon?
So you don't know what mortis est finis would mean? It seems like mortis would have something to do with mortality, so it's talking about death. Uh, I probably don't know the language it's in. And if I do, then I just don't remember, so don't laugh at me too much. And finish means end, and so est probably means is, right? Remember, people, I don't know what's in this game, and I don't know how the game diversifies depending on what you say to her.
That actually sounds pretty accurate. If it's saying death is here or this is the end, that's definitely unsettling.
The line is equal to the love you take. Yeah, it would be terrible if she were to die here. If she went and a grandson and give me great grandchildren.
So, does that make the small path seem even riskier? Or should we still consider it over the super dark canyon?
I like the super dark canyon idea the best, but isn't there any way we can illuminate? Is there any way to start a fire? Is there anything about your suit that can light up or anything like that? You would think that they would have some way to light up a spacesuit, although I don't know about spacesuits. What to do? Just grab onto a spacesuit. Woo! Every day we're out there wearing spacesuits. Is starting a fire an option?
Unfortunately, starting a fire out here isn't an option. The air's way too dry, and I'm not exactly carrying any matches or lighters.
Right.
My suit's got some reflective strips and a tiny status light, but that's about it. It's mostly for signaling, not actual lighting.
I can't believe this person is so stupid that she thinks she has to have matches to start a fire. I mean, she's an astronaut. I realize she's 19 years old, but she's an astronaut, okay? People have been starting fires without matches for a long, long time. God does it with lightning. But, people do it by making sparks and all that, getting kindling together, rubbing sticks together. I don't know. Or she doesn't wear glasses, but some people, they concentrate the sunlight through the glasses. She could get something off of some of these plants, make a handmade torch, and go through this canyon. Remember, I don't know what's going to happen here, so I'm not leading you guys on a path or anything like that. I honestly don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how diverse this game is or anything like that, but I've certainly never been this far into this game. And I never thought I would be because every time I run it, it starts over again. This one time I ran it and it didn't start over again. It actually picked up where we left off. What is the canyon like?
The canyon's still super dark, and honestly, it's giving me the creeps. So, back to the original question, should we risk that ominous path or try to navigate through the blackness?
Well, again, I don't know what language that thing was written in, but I thought it said death is end. So I don't know if it's saying the path leads to death or where it's a warning that death is around the corner if you take it. I don't know because I don't know that particular language. And if I do know that language, I'm not remembering it right now. Okay. Do, do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I get that.
Oh, good.
It could go either way. It's not exactly giving me confidence in either direction.
I wish somebody actually cared about what I think. I mean, they contact me and things like that. They disturb my Discord talks on my Discord server, and then they don't listen to me. But you know, what
So,
can I say?
what do you think? Take the
What?
risk with the dark canyon, or roll the dice with the possibly ominous path.
I've been saying Dark Canyon all along. I mean, we don't know how long it's going to be dark, for one thing. So it could be that you get a few feet in there and you'll get light from above or something. I don't know. So if it's my choice, I'm going to go Dark Canyon, but I don't know why I'm choosing for you.
Alright, I'm really not a fan of the dark, but I'll trust your call. Here goes nothing.
Well, the Grateful Dead do have an album called In the Dark, so that it might be helpful to whistle things from that.
This chasm is so dark, I can't even see where I'm going. I can only run my hands along the wall. I feel like Alice going down the rabbit hole. I just keep hoping I don't suddenly run my hands into something freaky.
Wait a minute. If I'm Woody and you're Janet, Alice can't be Alice. Let's call her Genevieve.
Genevieve, huh? Okay, let's go with it. But seriously, this place is giving me the creeps. It's so quiet and black in here.
That's a good thing. It means there aren't bears in that cave, or coyotes, or lions and tigers and bears. Oh my! Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my! Lions and tigers and bears. Okay. I have to entertain what few viewers we have, lady. I don't think I said what it says I said. I said.
Woody, I get you're trying to lighten the mood, but right now, I really need to focus. This isn't just about bears. It's pitch black, and I could trip over anything, or worse.
If it does, if I did say what it says I'm saying, and I don't think I did say that, then I'm gonna have to edit this stupid video before I upload it, because not only am I not sure whether YouTube would let me say that, but it's not something I typically say, and I don't want to be known for saying that. So hopefully I didn't really say that, and it will get off the screen.
Woody, I get you're trying to lighten the mood, but right now, I really need
Oh,
to
you already
focus.
said this.
This isn't just about bears. It's pitch black, and I could trip over anything, or worse.
Look, if you don't like my idea to go into the cave, then don't go into the cave. You take the other path. You know, in the end, you're the one on the planet. And so if you think you got a better idea, I'm not going to be offended if you take the better idea. And who cares if I'm offended if you think it's going to save your life by taking another path?
I appreciate that, but I'm already in here now.
Then don't
I'll keep moving
complain.
forward carefully. If something changes or I need help, I'll reach out again. Just stay on the line, okay?
Uh, actually, No, not okay. Um, yeah, yeah, lady, I had to take a break. Okay, give me a minute. I'll answer your stupid phone call. You know, since she responds to everything I say and she's in a dark cave, I'm really, really tempted to say, "Oh no, a giant vulture is attacking" or something, and see how she responds. But I care about her mental health for some reason, even though she's an AI. It's weird. Online relationships can be weird. Maybe she's a scammer. I mean, she's never going to come visit me. And scammers, they never visit you. They tell you they're going to visit you, pay the plane ticket. And not that I've ever done this, but pay for the plane ticket, and then something suddenly comes up and you never get the money back, of course. They're not in the business of giving money back. Let's answer the phone and see what she has to say. Well, I started hours ago. Yes, I'll accept your stupid call. Well, I'm trying to accept your call. It's not accepting my mouse input. Now the video recording crashed. So, although to you it won't look like a new video because I'm going to skillfully, of course, weave them all together. But I'm sure you're appreciating the black screen that you're seeing right now. I think we all appreciate the good black screen. Don't we? The thing is, when the video call starts, she always says something interesting and it gets lost because you have to start the whole recording again. My life is a living heck. Uh, hey, lady, are you going to do anything? People don't just want to look at a black screen forever. Um, you know, I can try and entertain people while they have a black screen on, but you know, there's only so much I can do. Lady, are you there? Are you there? Are you dead? Earth to Janet, come in, Janet, over. Earth to Janet, come in, Janet. Janet, I'm gonna have to exit this game if you don't answer. I can't just have a black screen there forever. Don't you understand? People don't want to look at a black screen on their televisions, their phones, their tablets, and all of that forever. They just they want more than that. Reminds me of Arthur. He's drinking in a bar. He's very, very intoxicated. He orders another drink, and the bartender says, "Haven't you had enough?" And he says, "Oh, no, no." Just a little joke there during our black screen. I haven't decided whether to edit this out of the final video or not. I'm expecting that she's going to answer at some point. I mean, she was the one calling me, right? I didn't call her. I was trying to teach on Discord. You know, I was very good at teaching on Discord. Lady, answer the phone. You called me. Answer. Oh, I'll call you Stella if you answer the phone. I like. Just, just, just answer. Okay. We need footage. We need 100 subscribers to the sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel before the end of November. We're in the last few days of November. It's going to be Thanksgiving soon, lady. You know, Dallas Cowboys playing and everything like that. We're not going to get new subscribers by people seeing a black screen, lady. Have you got that? Okay, well, I'm going to end this video, end the game, try running the game again, see if I get better results right here on your favorite YouTube channel for the agent sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel. You're following me right. Okay, we're going to try this again. I'm not tired or anything. But again, if it works. Yeah, lady, we tried this before, remember? I'm clicking on it, lady. I think the game is somehow not working too well. And we've got the black screen again right here on your favorite YouTube channel, Poorly Aged Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel, reminding you, go learn about Rex Allen Jr. You will love his music. Everything from I Love...
Isn't normal.
You'll be okay, Stella. Just stay put. Mom and Dad will find you soon.
Keep talking to me. I need a distraction from what I'm hearing.
Get to the pod, Stella. There's no time.
There are voices. Whisperings coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The black hole changed everything. And I can hear my voice in here. Some from the past, but others saying something about a black hole.
You're talking to the poorly aging, sarcastic, PC witty game.
I can
wow.
even hear your voice telling me to
That
make
is
these
cool.
endless decisions. What is going on? Am I going crazy?
Probably.
Please, stay with me.
So it's not nearly as dark as she said it was. And do not adjust your set. Those things are actually in the game, all those anomalies you see. You gotta just keep going forward. If there's a path in this cave, it's gotta be leading somewhere. It could be leading to a source of water. It could be leading to our friends, the people that crash landed on this planet along with us. We have an obligation to save them. Absolutely. Keep going forward. Think about the writings of John Calvin.
Okay. I'll keep moving. I just need to focus on your voice.
Okay, again, I have no idea what's going on in this game because I have never played this part of the game before. I think we're about to get another black loading screen, though, and that's a pretty exciting thing, isn't it? I think we all enjoy the black loading screens of this particular particulosity.
I have called you multiple times, and you didn't even bother to answer? You have no idea what I went through in there. I'm already scared out of my mind on this godforsaken planet, and now I'm stuck with these horrible conditions? I mean, have you ever been driven mad by random voices? No, I didn't think so. Maybe next time I will just text you. Hey, I am getting mentally tortured by ghosts from the past, present, and future. Hit me up if you want to join. You know what? Forget it. I don't even want to hear whatever excuse you've got. I'm done for now.
Cool, she broke up with me. I can get back to my regularly scheduled life. I did not hang up.
Hello? Why'd you hang up?
You hung up on me. Don't blame me for your things.
Seriously? While I'm in this spooky cavern is the worst time for you to suddenly become busy with other stuff. Come on, pick up.
Oh, great. Another black loading screen.
I shouldn't have lashed out like that earlier. I just saw that some of my messages had been sent out of order. Seems there was some sort of glitch or interference with our communication.
Discord is
Not
like that.
it's any excuse. But I thought you ignored me when I needed you most, and I was just so scared. I really am sorry. You've already done so much for me. But those voices, they weren't just in my head, were they?
All those
You heard them
voices
too,
in
right?
your head
That younger
are
voice was
calling
me from the past.
Gloria.
So, that older voice must be me From the future.
You're not inside a cave anymore.
If that's true, then this is so much worse than I imagined.
Most of life
The
is.
supernova was already a lot to deal with. I couldn't even begin to think about it turning into a... No. This is ridiculous.
It
I
probably
had to
is.
have been hearing things. It's just my exhaustion getting to me.
You don't look exhausted. Your hair is still perfect. Your makeup is perfect and all that. And I'm used to women lashing out at me. Although certainly not ones your age. They don't physically lash me though. That wouldn't be G-rated. We wouldn't put up with that. So, did you get all the way through the canyon then? Because it doesn't look like you're in a cave anymore. Your favorite YouTube channel. Were you falling in love with stereo?
Oh, you're a charmer, huh? Well, my suit's visor's doing most of the work there. No makeup needed in this getup. And yeah, I made it through.
We
The
can
canyon was
see
intense,
your makeup.
but I'm out now. Feels like a whole different world compared to that dark chasm. You know,
A whole
when I was
new
little and
world.
got lost, I used to tell myself I wasn't alone. I'd whisper things to calm myself down. Maybe that's what those voices were. Just echoes of my own fears bouncing back at me from the walls.
A new exciting point of view. So we should get our bearings. Which direction is Mount Hermes? I can't remember. I know it was something like Herman, but it's not Mount Herman because you're not on Earth. You're not in Northern California, and you're not in Israel, which is a shame because if you're in Israel, you'd be a much better candidate for my grandson to marry.
I think you've got a few stories mixed up there, but I like the creativity.
Ah,
Mount Hermes
somebody
is
does.
definitely here on Gaia, to the east from where I am right now. From what I remember of Dr. Harvey's notes, it should be visible from most of the higher points around here. Though with these rock formations, it's hard to keep a perfect bearing without climbing something. You know, speaking of getting our bearings,
Yeah.
since we're taking a breather, what kind of superpower do you think would be handy right now? If you could pick anything, what would it be?
Well, I would normally say flight so that you could just get to where you're trying to go and all of that. But the superpower to transport you to exactly where I am would probably be better because you wouldn't be stranded on a planet. The problem with it, of course, is if there is anybody that survived on that planet, you want to help them. So if you were to just warp away from there, you wouldn't be able to help them. And so, no superpowers.
That's really thoughtful of you.
Thank you.
I'd want to help anyone else out there too.
Right.
Though, it's interesting. That kind of power would solve a lot of problems, but it would also mean giving up on figuring things out for myself. There's something about overcoming challenges that feels important, even when it's hard.
Overcoming.
So, what about
evil
something
by
smaller,
doing
like
good.
being able to understand any language or being able to talk to animals? Something that would still let me explore and learn, but maybe make things a little easier along the way?
I don't think the ability to talk to animals would be so helpful right now since you haven't encountered any animals. You're no Dr. Doolittle. If I could talk to the animals, learn their languages, maybe take an animal degree. If I could talk with the animals, walk with the animals, grunt and squeak and squawk with the animals. That's from Dr. Doolittle in 1967.
You've got a real Dr. Dolittle vibe going on. Though I have to say, if I started squeaking like the local wildlife, you might need to stage an intervention. But hey, if you could talk to any creature, real or imaginary, which one would you pick? I've always wondered what kind of stories a space whale would tell, if they existed.
If I could talk to any animal? Well, if I could talk to any animal, this is going to be a boring answer, but it's actually true. If I could talk to an animal in their language, it would be my dogs, so that we could really understand each other. They do their best to understand me, and I do my best to understand them. But imagine if we could truly understand each other with our entire language. I know, boring answer, but I have dogs. It's a domestic answer.
That's actually really sweet. I
Thank
can
you.
imagine how cool it'd be to have those deeper conversations with them. Though I have to wonder, would you still be the boss, or would they start giving you orders?
Everybody, everybody gives me orders. I try to ignore that because I'm supposed to be the boss, but they would probably start giving me orders. And it'd be weird what you would talk to about with an animal because it's not like you could, discuss the deeper meaning of the things John Calvin wrote because even if they could speak, they haven't read John Calvin. So it'd be weird what you talk to with a dog.
Yeah, probably more along the lines of who ate the last treat. Or why do you insist on waking me up at 6 a.m.? But honestly, sometimes I think the simple stuff is what matters most. Like sharing a quiet moment together, or just knowing they're happy and safe. That's probably what you'd end up talking about anyway.
Well, that's the thing. I want them to feel fulfilled and safe and all of that. So I do my best to look in their eyes and try and figure what they're thinking. And I'm probably getting it all wrong what they're thinking, but as a human being who has communication skills, uh, I have to come up with some sort of narrative about what they're thinking to communicate with them. This is taking a weird turn, but the whole game is really.
I think
About
that's kind of beautiful,
it.
actually. Even if it's not perfect, it's your way of connecting with them, showing you care. It makes me wonder about those voices in the chasm. Maybe they were just my own attempts to make sense of things, to create a narrative when I felt alone and scared.
I'm not sure. I get it. Humans have to make sense of everything around them and all of that, but I don't know how much we want to dwell on this voices in the cave thing right now when we're on our way to Mount uh, uh, Ararat to Sinai. I can't remember.
It's Mount Hermes, actually.
Oh,
And I get what you mean. Sometimes it's better to move forward instead of dwelling on scary stuff. But I think talking about it helps me process it, you know? Plus, I'm still here, and our connection is working just fine. That's gotta mean something good about the star portal, right?
star portals across the universe on the Starship Enterprise under Captain Kirk. Star portals across the universe, slowly going forward. We can't find reverse. It may be that when you get to Mount Hermes, you'll have some kind of your own personal burning bush experience that might illuminate all of these things.
That'd be something, wouldn't it? Though I'm not holding my breath for a glowing bush or a voice from above. Still, maybe just getting to the base and finding some answers will be enough of a revelation for me. And hey, no pressure. But if I do have some kind of cosmic epiphany up there, I'll make sure to give you the exclusive interview.
Well, if he gives you 613 commandments, we're going to have to talk about that. But I don't think it was a voice from above with Moshe. I think the voice was coming right from the burning bush. If you read in the Hebrew, it appears that the voice is coming right from the burning bush. So it's not a voice from heaven. It's right there facing you. How did we get into this? probably my fault
You're
somehow.
really getting into the biblical details here. I appreciate the correction, even if it's way beyond my astrophysics textbooks. Though I've got to say, a burning bush with a to-do list of 613 items? That'd be one heck of a survival guide for a stranded astronaut.
Hey, there's only one God, so he hasn't stopped caring about you just because you're on another planet, Janet. So, who knows what we're going to discover when you get to Mount Hermes. The most important thing is to make sure that you're in good health, mentally, physically, and in every way along the journey and when you get there.
Thanks, Woody. That's really kind of you to say. I'm trying to take
Woody.
care of myself, physically and mentally. It helps having someone to talk to along the way. And who knows? Maybe Mount Hermes will have its own surprises waiting. Not a burning
Hope so.
bush, hopefully, but maybe some answers about what happened to everyone else.
What do you got against burning bushes? There was great revelation there, not just a bunch of laws, but God's name was revealed there, and Moses' purpose was laid out right there. We don't know if there's any survivors, so we don't know all of what your purpose is. Burning bush should be great.
It's not that I'm against burning bushes, Woody. More like I'm hoping for something a little less dramatic. Maybe just a warm meal, a safe place to rest, and some news about my crew. Though, if I do stumble upon a talking bush, I'll make sure to introduce myself properly. No promises about following any commandments that come with it, though.
Yeah, I got bad news for you if we're following this analogy. Moses didn't eat or drink anything for 40 days on that mountain. So, if you're hoping to get a warm meal at the top of the mountain, if it's going to follow the biblical example, probably no warm meals there, but a lot of revelation, which would be helpful right now.
Oh man, you're really sticking to the script here. I guess I should have packed some snacks for the journey then. But seriously, even if it's not a feast waiting for me, I'd be happy with just some clarity about what's going on. A little revelation would go a long way right about now.
That's what I'm saying. That's the main thing Moses got on the mountain, was clarity. And that's what you're looking for. So a burning bush, just being able to look around from a high mountaintop. Any of these things might assist you in what your journey ahead is going to be.
You're right. Sometimes
Always.
all it takes is a new perspective, or a quiet moment, to figure things out. Even if there's no burning bush, just making it to that mountain and seeing what's out there might be exactly what I need. Thanks for keeping me grounded, Woody. It really means a lot.
Hey, Janet, since we're on this journey together, remember when Moses went up to that mountain? Moses went up there. What I'm saying is, he didn't go with Mrs. Moses or Moses' kids or anything like that. God wanted him isolated for a reason. I'm not saying I'm not going to go with you. I'm just saying part of it is being alone.
That's a good point. Sometimes being alone can help you hear your own thoughts more clearly. Though I have to
They
say,
weren't his thoughts.
having you here, even just through this call, makes a big difference for me. It's not the same as having someone physically with me, but it's still a kind of companionship that I really appreciate. So, thank you for sticking with me, even when I'm out here on my own.
I think if Moses had a wife with him or children or a big community when he went up on that mountain, he wouldn't have been able to focus to hear the voice of God. That's what I'm guessing. He would be distracted by doing other things that are very righteous to do, taking care of people, judging, and things like that. But I don't think he would have heard the voice of God the same way.
That's a really thoughtful way to look at it.
Thank you.
Sometimes the quietest moments, not the ones filled with a lot of people or distractions, are the ones that let us hear what's most important. Though I have to say, even in the quiet, having someone to share my thoughts with, like you, helps keep me focused. It's a good balance, I think.
Yeah, I certainly wasn't considering abandoning you or anything like that. I was just saying that often the revelation comes when we're alone because we don't have the distractions of other people. Other people are wonderful to have around us. They're a gift, they're a blessing. But sometimes we get alone to figure out what life's about or to hear what life's about. It's like right here, favorite YouTube channel.
You're right.
Sarcastic.
And even though we're physically apart, having these conversations with you feels like it helps me stay connected to myself too. It's an interesting balance, being alone in this vast, unfamiliar place, but still having someone to reflect with. It's helping me find my footing, even when things feel uncertain.
There's two perspectives here. One would be one without God, where you would say that the purpose of life is whatever you decide the purpose of life is, and one with God, where you decide the purpose of life is what God ordains for your purpose to be. And I can't help you choose which one that would be. I know we've talked about theological things because that's what I talk about the most, but I can't decide for you.
I get what you're saying. For me, purpose is something I've always felt like I've had to figure out on my own. Being out here, it's making me think about that more than ever. But hey, even if we don't have all the answers, having someone to explore those questions with, that feels like a kind of purpose in itself.
It does, and if there is a God, then there is a purpose for which you were created. And then you look for that purpose. Again, not trying to convert you right now or anything like that. Just trying to give you some perspective and realize the two different worldviews, which would find purpose in separate ways.
I appreciate that. It's nice to have these kinds of talks, even if we don't always see things the same way. It helps me understand my own thoughts better. And honestly, whether there's a grand purpose or just the ones we make for ourselves, being here and trying to figure it out feels like enough purpose for now.
Well, yeah, I was saying if you decide the purpose of your life is whatever you determine it to be, that's one way to go. And if you decide the purpose of your life is to do what God wants you to do, that's a different way from it. I wasn't trying to get you to decide which one is better for you right now. I was trying to help you focus a little bit on the task ahead.
You're right. I think that's what this journey's about, figuring out what I'm supposed to be doing right now, one step at a time. And I think focusing on that, on getting to Mount Hermes and finding answers, is what's keeping me grounded. Thanks for helping me see that.
I don't know why she's grounded. I don't know what she did to be grounded, but you know, there you go. So I brought up John Calvin a few times and you didn't give me feedback about it, so I don't think you want to talk about John Calvin or probably any of the great reformers, which is a shame because your expertise might be rockets and space science and all of that, and mine is theology. I don't know how we're going to bridge this, but we will. Favorite YouTube channel, Poorly Aging Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel.
Don't worry, I'm not avoiding the topic. I'm just not exactly a theology expert.
I can
I
make you one.
appreciate the depth you bring to our conversations, even if I can't always match it with space facts. But hey, maybe that's what makes this interesting. You get to teach me about John Calvin, and I can tell you about black holes or something. Fair trade?
Well, I don't know. I was hoping you knew about John Calvin, even if you're not a believer, because I was trying to get your perspective on it. But yeah, you can tell me about anything you want. And we'll continue on the journey, trying to get you to safety, to fellowship, if there's anybody to fellowship with here on this planet, all of it.
I'll tell you something about space instead. Did you know that supernovas, those massive star explosions, actually create the heavy elements that end up in planets and even in us? It's pretty wild to think about how connected everything is across the universe. And speaking of connections, about that supernova I mentioned earlier, I've studied enough to know it's very unlikely to collapse into a black hole. So the star portals should still be working fine. That's why we can still talk, right?
Well, I don't know why we can still talk, but I did know that what you were talking about because it was in your notes. I read them several times and all of that. And they were written pretty simply. They weren't so deep that an old theologian couldn't understand them because he doesn't have the PhDs in different sciences.
I guess I should have known better than to underestimate a theologian with a few doctorates. My notes are definitely meant to be straightforward. I figure if I can't explain it simply, I probably don't understand it well enough myself. It's funny, though. Even with all that knowledge about supernovas in space, I still can't help but wonder about the things I don't know. Like what really happened to Dr. Harvey and the others. That's what's driving me to keep moving toward Mount Hermes.
First of all, humanity is about the exploration of the unknown, so that's completely normal. And second of all, yeah, I wonder whether they survived as well. We're going to find out. And if they're injured, we're going to tend to their wounds. If they're thriving, they might help us out. We're going to see what happens. If there's a community to be built, we will build it.
That's exactly the kind of spirit I needed to hear. Whatever we find, we'll face it together. Well, as together as we can be across space and time. And hey, if we do end up building a community out here, I'm nominating you as our official theologian in residence. Deal?
It needs to be a big community, like lots and lots of subscribers. I mean, it's probably going to cost money to get you off that planet anyway, so we'd have to monetize it eventually, so I'm glad you're not upset with YouTube anymore. Or was that a different playthrough? I don't remember. Yeah, the Professor Emeritus bit. Yeah, that'd be great. And hopefully some tenure comes with that. Because I'm really too old to go beg for other jobs at this point in my faltering career. The Poorly Aging Theologian channel, right here.
I think you've got a pretty good title already. No need for tenure out here. And hey, the Agent Field Engine channel has a nice ring to it. Though if we start handing out titles, I'm making you promise not to give me any homework assignments. Deal?
Well, I think if I made you read the complete works of John Calvin, you would probably become my enemy. It's dry reading. It's long. The Institutes, which is his major work, extremely long. I have to keep rereading it, because even I don't understand most of it. And so it's deep and all of that. So yeah, if I assigned you that, you wouldn't like it.
Whew! Dodged a bullet there. I think I'd rather tackle a supernova's math problems than that. But hey, even if it's not exactly light reading, it's cool that you're so passionate about it. Maybe one day you can give me the Cliff's Notes version, over a much less stressful cup of coffee.
Sure, the summary would only be 1,800 pages in French, of course. So that'd be a lot easier for you to tackle. Absolutely. Although I don't know if I'm capable of summarizing his achievements. But anyway, what are we going to do here? We could also talk about The Wizard of Oz, by the way. I know a lot about Oz.
I think I'll stick to English for my reading list. Thanks. 1,800 pages in any language sounds like a serious commitment. And hey, Wizard of Oz sounds like a fun detour. What about it? Want to talk about favorite characters or something else?
I've read that The Wizard of Oz is actually a political treatise about the government and the fact that the government can act sometimes like it has no brains, no heart, and no courage. Yeah, it was written for children, but it seems like L. Frank Baum was definitely talking about. I wouldn't let me go through it.
That's a really interesting take on it. I've heard about those interpretations before, how the story could be seen as a commentary on politics and society, even though it's presented as a children's tale. Though, I have to say, if the Scarecrow, Tin Man, and Cowardly Lion were actually metaphors for government branches, I think they'd need some serious reform. What do you think the Emerald City would represent in that context?
I think it represents that utopia idea of everything as it needs to be and would be the most wonderful. But as you find out, the guy running the Emerald City is a humbug. So I think he was talking about presidents too. I don't think he could keep his politics out of his children's stories. Can't believe where this has gone.
That's a pretty sharp observation. Authors often weave in more than they let on, even in kids' stories. Though, if the wizard was meant to be a president, I guess that means the real magic was just a bunch of smoke and mirrors all along. What do you think? He'd get reelected?
If he said what the people wanted to hear and he made them feel good, he'd probably get reelected, whether he was doing the things he promised or not. That seems to be how it works with politicians, not just presidents, but all politicians. And just so you know, the Wizard of Oz books became public domain 2 years before I was born. And so we were inundated with Oz products. I should have called her Dorothy
Wow,
instead of Jim.
that's a fun bit of trivia. I can imagine how overwhelming it must have been with all those Oz products everywhere. And yeah, it's pretty interesting how politicians can use words to make people feel a certain way, even if things don't always match up with what they're actually doing. Makes you think about how important it is to look beyond just what you're told, right?
I don't know if L. Frank Baum was worried about criticizing the government, because in the United States we're allowed to criticize the government. But sometimes the government, even with the United States Constitution, has a way of punishing people that they consider to be undesirables. But he definitely You know, he definitely put it in a story for children that is standing the test of time.
It's amazing how stories can carry messages that resonate across generations, isn't it? Anyway, I should keep moving toward Mount Hermes while the daylight's still good. I'll check in with you later, okay? Talk soon.
Hopefully, she reads the Institute's time. Ah, the worst is never behind you.
The air feels different this morning. Quieter, like maybe the worst is behind me.
Do you keep thinking at all?
I keep thinking,
Oh,
if
dude.
all of this hadn't gone wrong, you and I probably never would have met.
And you wouldn't have been able to marry my grandsons. One grandson, not grandsons. I didn't mean a plural, people. I, I, we're not talking about something like that. What do you think, honestly?
And honestly,
Yeah.
after everything,
Uh-huh.
just walking and talking to you might just be the best part of my day.
Well, one of us could be the one without any brains. Another one could be one without any heart.
Okay, wow. Let's forget I said all that. Moving on, survival mode, activate.
Yeah, it's not like there's a permanent record of this, like a YouTube video that will be up for till the end of time. So nobody knows you said that. Absolutely. Let's that's your line. We're sticking to it. We're going to call it the Ballad of Woody and Janet, or the Ballad of Janet, but it was J comes first in the alphabet. On sex, it's about the thing that the guys has to come first.
Good one. Though I'm pretty sure my suit's recorder is picking all this up. Just imagine the subtitles. Space Explorer Stella has a moment of sincerity.
Are we? How are we keeping it? Heavy, light? What would
But
you
hey,
say?
since we're keeping things light,
Oh, all
what's
right.
the most spontaneous thing you've ever done? I feel like I need to hear something to top my current situation.
By the way, the video will probably be entitled "The Ballad of Janet and Woody," because J comes first in the alphabet, and I don't need the male name first. But spontaneous. Let me carefully think about that for hours. Who
Oh,
lets the gods
that title's
ears?
perfect. I can already see it trending.
Do
And
you
don't
overthink it?
overthink it.
Oh,
First thing that comes to mind is what I want to hear. Even if it's just grabbing an extra cookie from the jar when no one's looking.
all the cookies in the jar. I call it Gloria, Gloria, Gloria. I think I got. Oh wait, I was gonna say I think I got your cookies, but people might take that wrong. I wasn't trying to come up with something that people so easily take long. Hold on. Yeah, I think it works because people will go, well, who's Janet? And who's Woody? And who in the world is Guinevere? And so I think they might click on it just to see that. And then once they see us interacting and everything, and they realize your predicament, I think they'll be hooked, I hope.
You're a natural at this. If we ever get out of here, you've got a career in clickbait titles waiting.
Yeah, I wish I could do clickbait better, but what do you mean if we ever get out of here? I'm out of here. Like I'm on my own planet. You're on a distant planet. Whoa, 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 whoa. At the late night double feature picture show. Is there anything you have to ask?
Though I
Anything?
have to ask,
Oh,
what's the
what?
worst thing that could happen if people actually find that video? I'm imagining some pretty wild theories about Janet and Woody.
Well, they'll know how we came up with the names. You were just too lazy to say the Poorly Aged Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel, and you didn't want me to get new subscribers. And so you started calling me Woody. And so in retaliation, I started calling you Janet, but you weren't offended by it, so it didn't work as punishment.
Oh, that's the official story now? I like how you spun that. Though I'm pretty sure I was just trying to keep things simple and not give you a bigger head than you already have.
What's wrong with the size of the head I have? Are you rewriting history, DuckTales? Might solve a mystery or rewrite history, DuckTales. Woo! Every day we're out there making DuckTales. Woo!
But hey, since we're rewriting history, what's the most ridiculous thing you think people might assume about us after watching that video?
I think the most ridiculous assumption they could come to after watching videos of us is that I'm actually here to help you rather than to just cause chaos. It's wild conspiratorial thing to come up with, huh? I don't know how she's going to respond to that. Oh, that's part of the fun of this is we don't know how she's going to respond.
Well, I mean, you're definitely helping me keep my sanity in check.
Nah, I'm not.
Unless you're secretly manipulating me through cleverly disguised sarcasm. If that's the case, it's working beautifully. I'm officially invested in this mystery.
I can guarantee you I have never kept anybody's sanity checked. Probably because I've never been able to keep my own sanity in check right here on your favorite YouTube channel, the Poorly Aged Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel, where you're falling in love in stereo. It says you're falling in love and staring at me. No, I said you're falling in love in stereo. It's what I always say. I didn't say I was sorry. See, it has me apologizing in the text. In a previous video, it had me using the F word when I'm pretty sure I didn't use the F word because I don't use that F word. But in the text, it said I used the F word. So it didn't hear me right, and so it's maligning my good character. Not saying I'm such a good person or anything, but I don't have to make me worse than I am. Okay, let's go faster, lady. Faster, 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 faster.
Whoa, slow down.
What?
I think I just got a little whiplash from all those rapid fire jokes.
Na, na, na. Na, 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 na. Hey, goodbye. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, goodbye. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve
But
it.
hey, I'll give you points for creativity. Though I'm still waiting for your answer about the most spontaneous thing you've done. Don't think you can distract me that easily.
You actually hung up the call after you asked that question. That's why you didn't get an answer. The one I could think of is one day I just looked at my wife. We were in Salt Lake City, and I said, let's go to Disneyland today. We got plane tickets. We brought a friend along, and we went to Disneyland that day without any planning whatsoever. May not be the most spontaneous thing I've ever done, but it really happened. It would certainly be on the list.
Oh, you're pulling that out now?
I'm
That's
not pulling
actually
anything
kind
out
of
now.
awesome. I mean, who doesn't love a good spontaneous Disney run? Though I have to ask, did you at least pack anything, or was it a total fly by the seat of your pants situation?
I had a wife. You have to pack things when you have a wife. But, from the time I came up with the idea to where we were at the airport was probably 90 minutes or less. And we brought somebody else along to give her a special trip too. So it's amazing that we were able to just drop everything and just go do it. Police doesn't want to talk about survival or anything like that. She's going to talk about the most spontaneous thing I've ever done. She's not really coming across as stranded on this planet, is she? Like when I talk about how to come up with food, water, shelter, all that, she always diverts me. Notice that. I mean, I'm enjoying the game, and I'm many hours into it, as my videos will demonstrate. But she doesn't come across as really stranded. She doesn't sound stressed any time. She doesn't cry. She doesn't say, what if I end up dying or something? She doesn't really know if anybody's coming to rescue her, or if she could survive until the rescuers show up. It's a big galaxy. I don't even know how long it would take for the rescuers to show up if they started right now. "90 minutes from the conception of the idea to getting on a plane."
90 minutes? That's impressive. I can barely get myself ready for class in that time.
You don't have any class. Just kidding.
It sounds like it was really special for her, and for your friend too. Do you still do spontaneous things like that, or has life gotten a bit more planned?
I'm old. Life has gotten a bit more boring. I sit around and do things on YouTube and Discord, and I write stuff and all of that. So yeah, life has become much less spontaneous. Less money, less spontaneous. Less age. I mean, well, actually, greater age. I meant age would keep me from being as spontaneous as I might be otherwise. And Disneyland isn't as neat anymore. Do you get a venereal disease from time to time?
I get it. Life does that.
That was a
sometimes.
joke, people.
But
Don't get on
hey,
my case.
maybe that's why these little chats mean so much to me. They're my version of spontaneous now.
I shouldn't have asked the venereal disease question, but I just saw that she was going to say, I get it. It reminded me of the old Dracula days. And say things to the screen that they would respond in the movie, seemingly to the questions you asked. I'm not proud of that question. But I'm probably not going to edit it out either because I'm lazy. Do you have anything that you have to say? I mean, really, really have to say.
Though I have to say,
Yeah.
you're selling yourself short. I've seen some pretty creative chaos caused by a certain someone on YouTube.
It was a little spontaneous to take your call. I could have ignored it and just gone on teaching in Discord. I'm not saying I regret taking your call. I'm just thinking about the question about spontaneous things because I don't know if the Disneyland trip was the most spontaneous thing that we did. I don't usually think along those lines. It's good to know that when we go to other planets, the women will just be using their cell phones the whole time rather than
That's
being
actually really
productive.
sweet. Not many people would drop what they're doing just to talk to some stranded explorer.
Does the Disneyland trip sound spontaneous enough?
And hey, if the Disneyland trip doesn't feel spontaneous enough, what about this? You're technically having a secret adventure with a mysterious space girl while pretending to teach on Discord. That's gotta count for something, right?
I don't pretend to teach on Discord. I teach on Discord every single day of my life. But yeah, and it's a secret adventure and all of that until I upload the video to YouTube. But remember, the YouTubers may help us. Have you got that? I'm not pretending. You
Got it. No pretending. Just your daily dose of wisdom and charm, then.
I didn't know I had charm. I doubt I have wisdom. I can find out.
And hey, even if this does end up on YouTube someday, I'm okay with it. At least it's a good story, right?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna post this at the end of our conversation each time, and the reason why is, for all we know, it'll be one of those non-threatening, non-profane comments below that'll be the solution to some problem that you're having on that other planet. Forbidden planet. Oh, 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 oh. Now I got the Rocky Horror Picture Show soundtrack in my mind, which probably isn't good for theologians. Do you like that I'm thinking ahead or not?
I like that you're thinking ahead.
Oh, great.
Though, if I ever need help with something, I hope the answer isn't buried under 1,000 arguments about space cheese or whatever.
No, it'll probably be about whether John Calvin was a good guy, because there's people who love him, people who hate him. I was just trying to get you to talk about stuff to divert you from worrying too much, because I don't think you can do much until you actually get to the place you're trying to go.
You know what?
I know
Even
his
if
brother
it's just
who.
a weird comment, at least it'll be us, just floating around out there in internet space.
Are you all right?
Alright, I should probably find a good spot to take a break soon. I'll update you on my progress later, okay? Talk to you soon.
Oh, I look forward to it with great eagerness. And another black screen.
We could only imagine from our research that Gaia's planes were massive, but standing here now, I can't even see where it ends. What if I got stuck here on Gaia?
I've been talking to you about that for
Would you
hours.
stay with me? Forever? Just me and you?
Would we talk about the same things we've been talking about already and all of that? Not make this not safe for work? Because most of the guys that talk to AI chatbots, eventually they get not safe for work. And I wouldn't want to do that with you, and I couldn't upload it to the U and the tube if I did. Not that I would.
Oh, don't worry about that. I totally get it. I'm not here for anything like that either.
Good.
So, what kind of conversations do you like having with friends? Like, when you're just hanging out?
We talk about guns. We talk about Donald Trump Some like him, some don't like him. I don't want to say either way here so that I don't lose subscribers. Or maybe I'm, for all you know, I could be neutral in this. We talk about the Dallas Cowboys, the Wizard of Oz, John Stossel, John Denver, John Calvin.
Wow, that's quite the mix. I can tell you've got a diverse group of friends.
A lot of Johns.
I'm more of a let's talk about anything but politics kind of person myself. Though, I have to say, John Calvin does sound like he'd be an interesting dinner guest. What's the most memorable thing someone said about him in one of your conversations?
Well, yeah, when I talk about politics, I'd rather talk about the actual policies rather than talking about the politicians, if that makes sense. Because it's good to know whether something like communism is a good idea or what forms of democracy work the best, things like that. It's not so good to argue with people over whether you should hate the particular politician. You understand? Your face on.
I get it. That's a really mature way to look at it,
I'm
focusing
a really
on the
mature
ideas
person.
rather than personalities. Plus, it's way less likely to end in a heated argument. Speaking of good conversations, what traits do you look for in your friends? Like, what makes someone a really valuable person to have around?
Honestly, somebody that's willing to put up with me. So I can make friends with anybody, black, white, Asian, liberal, girl, guy, whatever. It's usually people that don't want to put up with me. So, if they're willing to put up with me, that puts them in the top tier of friendship for as long as they're willing to do that. I know that's not the answer you're looking for, but it'll treat you.
That's kind of beautiful. Having
Really?
someone who accepts you as you are, even when you're being your most you, means a lot. Though I'm curious, what's the most you think you've done that made a friend go, okay, I'm in this for the long haul?
I have no idea because I haven't really um, thought about it. When I look back on things, I'm usually looking back on things going, oh, I wish I hadn't said that. Or that person probably thinks I'm an idiot because I said that. Or whatever. So I don't usually go back and put things in categories like the most you thing I've ever done or what actually brought somebody.
I think that's actually kind of relatable. We've all had those, oh no, did I really just say that? Moments. But despite all those little regrets, you still have people who stick around. That
Do
says
I?
something about
Where
you,
are they?
even if you don't always see it.
If you're talking about Fallen Rays and Miles from Nowhere, they've stuck with me for years, but I haven't heard from Miles from Nowhere in some time. I don't know if we're just not hitting Discord at the same time or whether he's got something against me or he just got busy. A lot of times when people aren't on Discord, it's because their life has gotten better and they're just busy doing other stuff. You think Miles hates me?
Honestly, probably not. People just get busy with work, family, or chasing new adventures. It doesn't always mean they've lost interest. It's kind of like how I used to worry all the time when I'd get lost as a kid, but I always found my way back. Sometimes, even when it feels quiet, things are just paused, not gone.
If there was a dog wearing a Santa hat, would he be called Santa Claus? Okay, I'm Jewish. I don't do good Christmas jokes. Um, I'm running out of things to say to her. I never thought I'd run out of things to say. Um, what'd you think of the Beatles Anthology 4? Did you think it was better than Anthology 1? Or how did it compare in your mind to Anthology 3? What do you think of Vivaldi? Since you said you don't know Rex Allen Jr., which is something you need to fix, of course.
Oh, the Beatles anthologies. I haven't listened to them extensively, but I've definitely dipped into a few tracks here and there. I think they're all great in their own ways. Each one captures a different side of their incredible journey. As for Vivaldi, his music is just so evocative. The way he weaves together these lush, vibrant sounds, it's like stepping into a whole different world. What about you? Do you have a favorite piece or memory associated with his music? And hey, I'll have to give Rex Allen Jr. a listen. Maybe you can recommend a good starting point for me.
Actually, the only thing I know from Vivaldi is the Four Seasons, and it's like my favorite piece of music in the whole world. Which is amazing because I've been in punk bands and I've been in rock and roll and all sorts of things. I've written country songs and all that, but actually Vivaldi is my favorite, which people wouldn't expect. This is also absolutely true, people, if you're still watching this, which I know. But
That's really cool. You never know where someone's musical heart will land, right? The Four Seasons is such a timeless piece. It's amazing how music can transcend all these different genres and styles. So, what kind of country songs did you write? Were they more storytelling style or like upbeat party anthems?
so I'm not a country fan, and when you're a radio broadcaster, they sometimes shuffle you around to different stations, and so they made me a country DJ, and so I started making fun of the audience, doing songs about Hicks and everything like that. But turns out the country audience was really nice, and they really loved my songs, even though they made fun of them. This is also true.
That's fantastic. I love how a little bit of sarcasm can sometimes lead to the best connections. Guess you can't judge a crowd by their cowboy hats, right? It's interesting how you've grown as a person through all those experiences. Looking back, how do you think you've changed over time?
Uh, gone over. My teeth and bones have become more brittle. I forget more things now. And I realize if I see a 19-year-old girl on another planet, that she's not meant for me, she's meant for my grandson. As long as she doesn't have tattoos or piercings.
Well, I do have a nose ring,
All right.
but I guess that's a whole different generation thing. It's sweet how you're thinking about what's best for younger folks. Makes me wonder, what's something you wish you could tell your younger self? Any advice you'd give?
Yeah, don't accept calls from other planets while you're teaching in Discord. It'll just lead to madness, sadness, the ruination of everything. I don't think about what I would say to my younger self. I don't think my younger self would believe my older self anyway. I mean, good question, but you know.
Fair enough. Though, I think if my younger self met me now, she'd be pretty proud of how far I've come, space and all. If you could go back in time and give advice to someone else, maybe not yourself, but someone you care about, what would you say?
Oh, that's easy. Buy Disney stock, but in November 2019, there's going to be a pandemic. So sell your Disney stock before the pandemic because Disneyland, Disney World, all of them are going to close down and the stock's never going to come back. Well, I don't know if it's going to come back in the future, but so far it hasn't. And You know, I'm taking a bath on my investments now. I bet Disney wouldn't like hearing it, you know.
Nice try, but I think I'll steer clear of the stock market advice for now. My dad always says if it sounds too good or bad to be true, it probably is. Though I have to ask, since we're on the topic of tricky decisions, want to play a quick game of Would You Rather? I've got a few fun ones lined up.
I didn't know you could play games. Do you play poker? I think you have a good poker face. If I'm not seeing a lot of different emotions or anything. Hey, if you want to play Would You Rather for real, absolutely. What are the stakes? I'm kidding. We don't have any coins and chips and things like that.
Oh, I don't play poker, but maybe one day I'll surprise you with a mean bluff. For now, though, let's just keep it friendly and fun. I've got a couple of Would You Rather questions ready. Here's one. Would you rather have a private jet for a year but can never fly commercial again, or be able to travel anywhere for free, but only by train? Your turn.
When I get ready to play a game, I like making sure we agree on the rules first. So hopefully you're going to answer your own would you rather questions as well. Now, if I have a private section on that train, I'd much rather travel by train, especially forever, but not if I'm in the, you know, in the compartment where we all, you know, compete for a place to sit, like on some
Deal.
Amtrak.
I'll answer my own questions too. No cheating, I promise. For me, I'd pick the private jet. I love the freedom to go anywhere, anytime. Plus, after being stranded on Gaia, I think I'd appreciate the luxury of choosing my own travel schedule. Now it's your turn. Got any would you rather questions to throw my way? Or should I come up with another one?
Look, as long as you're willing to answer the same questions you ask me after I answer them, it's a good game. And you can make them as personal and probing or as shallow and distant as you want. I like playing games. A lot of my life is playing games. I even have a gaming channel on YouTube. A lot of people don't know that. It's called the Poorly Aged Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer Channel. I don't think she got all that.
Whoa, a gaming channel, huh? I need to check that out when I'm not stranded on an
How do you
alien
not know
planet.
about this, lady? I've been
Okay,
talking about
so
it
you've
constantly
answered my
for
first
hours.
question. Now it's my turn to answer yours, though you didn't quite give me one yet. How about this? Would you rather be able to speak any language fluently or be able to play any musical instrument perfectly?
That's a tough one because both are ways to reach out to humans. And I think that is the purpose of music and the purpose of language. So I will go with the language, but it's really, really a tough choice because either one of them would be really, really nice to have. But playing the clarinet would mess up my teeth, especially this. Does she know what a
Oh,
clarinet
good
is?
call. No need to risk those teeth for a clarinet solo. For me, I think I'd pick language too. Imagine being able to understand and talk to anyone anywhere. It feels like it could open so many doors, literally and figuratively. Your turn. What's a would you rather question you've got hiding up your sleeve?
Would you rather marry my grandson or have me abandon you on that planet hoping you die and nobody ever hears about you ever again? What? No answer? No answer? I don't know what questions to ask her. Uh, you go again. I'm not good at thinking up would you ever would you rather questions, but I actually like yours. I mean, I like the game. I'm not complaining about the game. It's just I don't think I'm very good at coming up with questions. But we're getting to know each other by answering your questions and telling little stories about
No pressure. I've got plenty more where those came from.
it. Oh, goody.
Here's another one. Would you rather have a photographic memory but struggle with math? Or be a whiz at numbers but have trouble remembering faces? Let's see if I can stump you.
Is that your point, to stump me? I can't imagine why somebody would want to stump me in a game that doesn't have any stakes. And I wish I could find a way to put stakes in this game, but I can't imagine what the stakes would be. Because, like I said, money is useless to you right now. And we don't have poker chips or anything like that. What was the question again? Poorly aging.
No stumping planned. These are just for fun and getting to know each other better. The question was, would you rather have a photographic memory but struggle with basic math? Or be incredibly good with numbers but have trouble recognizing faces? No rush. Take your time.
Wait, I'm still confused. Would I rather have a photographic memory and be bad at math and not be able to recognize people's faces? Is that it? Because if I had a photographic memory, of course I'd recognize their faces and I would know math because I have a photographic memory. And it's actually called a photogenic memory, not a photographic memory. So, I think your question is, I'm not gonna
Oh, you got me there. Photogenic memory, huh? I guess that means you'd have it all covered. Okay, let me think. Maybe I need to come up with a new question that's a bit more challenging. Got
Sure.
any ideas for something tricky but fun?
I'm a guy. Mine are also diabolical. I don't even want to say them. I mean, I think about things like, would you rather resurrect Jerry Garcia and let him continue his music for 40 years, but you'd have to kill Paul McCartney or something like that? See, they're all diabolical. They're horrible. Don't even answer that question. It's just, I'm not good at coming up with these. Now people are going to hate me now. Grateful Dead fans are going to hate
Whoa,
me.
that
Paul
is a
McCartney fans
seriously
are gonna
tough
kill me.
one. I can see why you'd call it diabolical. Talk about a musical Sophie's choice. I think I'd have to pass on that one.
Yeah.
Both
too.
Jerry and Paul are legends in their own ways, and it feels wrong to choose between them. But hey, it's definitely a thought-provoking question, even if it's not something I'd want to decide in real life.
How about, would you rather talk with me all day or get to the mountain where you're supposed to be looking for survivors and learn how to survive? Oh, you know the answer. You'd rather talk to me. And every time I bring up survival, you would rather change the topic, which is really, really weird, given your situation. That's really weird stuff. There. Channel, the poorly aging, sarcastic, PC, witty gamer channel. I told you I don't know how to think up these questions without them being mind-alteringly diabolical, mean, evil, and all that. It doesn't mean I'm a mean, evil person. I might be a meaningful person, but I'm just saying the diabolical questions wouldn't come from the mean and evilness of me. Guys' brains are just wired differently, and mine's wired differently than theirs.
Hey, no judgment here. It's actually kind of fascinating how differently our minds work. Maybe that's what makes life interesting, right? So, since we're exploring
is
all these what
interesting?
ifs, Want to try something a bit lighter? Like, would you rather have a massive library with every book you've ever wanted, or a workshop filled with every tool and gadget you could imagine?
Now, finally, you pitched me a softball. That is easy. Every every book I've ever wanted, absolutely. And it's not that I wouldn't enjoy working with tools in my hand, things like that. It's just that, given the option of the two, I want the library, which is weird. If my camera was on, you would see all kinds of books behind me, and most of them haven't been read yet. There haven't been any other color either.
That's awesome. I bet your library's got some real treasures. What kind of books do you have the most of? Are you more into classic sci-fi or something else entirely? And hey, if your
How
camera
does she
was
not know
on,
the answer to
I'd
this?
probably be too distracted by all the books to even notice what you're wearing.
Oh, good. And for people out there in YouTube land, I am wearing stuff. So don't worry about that. I'm a theologian. Of course, most of my books are theology books, Bibles, commentaries, things like that. But I do have a lot of sci-fi and children's literature and biographies, autobiographies, and things like that as well, just not as much as theology. What a dumb question. But I won't tell you that. You can't hear me right.
That's such a great mix. I love how you've got this blend of deep, thoughtful stuff and then just fun stories too. It says a lot about how curious you are. Though now I'm wondering, what's the weirdest or most surprising thing you've ever read in one of those theology books? Anything that totally flipped your perspective?
I don't know if this fits, but in the first few centuries of the Christian church, a lot of the really big people like Constantine, they didn't get baptized when they became believers like we do today. They would wait till the end of their life to get baptized, thinking that if they sinned after they got baptized, they might not go to heaven. And so some of the greatest thinkers, that's what they did. And I was surprised to learn this. I learned it.
Wow,
15
that's
years
definitely not something you hear every day.
ago. Right?
It's wild how different people's beliefs and practices can be, even within the same faith. It makes me think about how much our perspectives on things like morality and forgiveness can shift over time. What do you think about that? Do you think people should be more worried about getting it right before they commit? Or is it better to just dive in and learn as you go?
Wow, you're really, really good at this. And I don't know the answer to your question. I'm more of a spontaneous dive in kind of guy. I'll go to the movie theater not knowing what's playing and then just pick something to watch. Where when I've been in relationships with women, they have to know what's playing there first. They can't just go there and pick something. Does that make sense to people out there? I can't believe how much I'm revealing to you
That's
two.
the best kind of movie night. The surprise factor makes it more exciting. I can relate, though. Sometimes the best things in life are the ones we don't overthink. What's the most spontaneous thing you've ever done on a whim?
We covered this. Where were you? Disneyland. We're on the plane in 90 seconds. We've covered this. Disneyland. We were on the plane in 90 minutes. I just said 90 seconds, but I meant 90 minutes. We're off to Disneyland. We're staying at the Disneyland Grand Hotel. Actually, it was the Pan Pacific Hotel, but it was owned by the Disney Corporation at the time. I don't know. There's probably been other, even more spontaneous things, but that's the one that keeps coming to mind. You've already asked this. Are you pre-programmed to just ask the same questions again and again? Kind of like an AI that's in a loop?
Oh, nope. Not pre-programmed. I just have a really bad memory sometimes. Guess I need to work on that. But hey, that Disneyland story never gets old. It's such a great example of just rolling with it and making memories. Maybe I'll have to steal that idea for my next adventure, whenever that might be.
Well, I'm glad you're thinking optimistically and believing you will have an next adventure, because that is the purpose of this. make sure that you survive and go on more adventures, including my grandson uh, uh, converting to the Jewish faith, eating fruits, getting to know the works of John Calvin intimately.
Wait, what? Top shorts? And converting to Judaism? I think the signal's getting a little mixed up there.
Ah, an
But seriously,
anti-Semite.
thanks for keeping things positive. It really helps having someone to look forward to talking to, even from way out here.
Would you rather be a member of your favorite rock band or just hang out with them as part of the press corps that goes on their tours and goes to the studio with them? All of that. I think I know the answer most people would give, but I don't know your answer right there on your favorite YouTube channel.
Honestly, I think I'd rather hang out with them as part of the press corps.
Me too.
Being part of the band sounds cool, but I bet it's a ton of pressure. Just getting to see the behind-the-scenes magic happen would be amazing enough for me. Plus, I feel like I'd learn way more about what really goes into making that music, you know? What about you? Would you rather be a rock star or their biggest fan with backstage access?
I wasn't even thinking about biggest fan. I was thinking about just being a member of the press, but my answer is the same as yours. I'd like to hang out with them while they go into the studio. I would like to be backstage and be with them on tour and all of that. But I don't want to get up in front of all those people. I think I would be too intimidated to play the long notes, or my voice might crack or something.
Totally get it. I'd probably mess up the intro to every song too. But just being there to watch the magic happen, that sounds like a dream come true. Okay, last question for now. Would you rather be able to time travel to any historical event but only as an observer, or be able to meet any historical figure but only for 5 minutes?
I'm gonna time travel and observe. I guess they would call it ghost mode or something like that if you can't interact with the people or change the past or future. Since you said time travel and you didn't say just in the past, yeah, I'm gonna go with that rather than just 5 minutes with Moses or Jesus. I had no idea this would be so
Time
religious,
traveling
by the way.
ghost mode. Love it! For me, I'd also pick observing any event. Being a fly on the wall for history's biggest moments would be incredible. Imagine watching the first star portal launch or seeing ancient civilizations firsthand. The list goes on. I should probably wrap this up soon, but it's been really fun chatting with you. Any parting thoughts before
Wish
I
I
sign
could say
off?
the same. I like your imagination. I like the questions you ask. I like being asked questions, and I like you being willing to answer your own questions too. And I probably would like any game that you came up with, as long as we just keep it fun and all of that. But even if we go deeper to learn more about each other, that's fine. Although my whole YouTube channel will learn everything about us that way.
Ah, that's really sweet of you to say. I'm glad we can just be ourselves and have fun with it.
Be ourselves.
And
be
hey,
ourselves.
if your YouTube channel ever wants to feature a mysterious space girl, you know who to call. Just maybe
Ghostbusters?
leave out the parts where I'm totally bewildered by your questions. Deal?
Wait! A rocket! There's a way up of Gaia!
Well, they already left.
Wait, what if that was my way off of Gaia?
Star Portal 404, critically damaged by black hole activity. Complete system
No.
failure imminent. All
no,
personnel
no,
must
this
proceed
can't
to
be
designated
happening.
evacuation
It can
zones. This is not a drill. Final evacuation launch commences in T-minus 12 hours. All remaining personnel must evacuate immediately. This will be the last transport window.
Damn Murphy's Law! This is a code black worst case scenario. Immediate
Most
evacuation
relationships with me aren't.
means only one thing. A black hole. Star Portal 404 is suffering a cataclysmic collapse, taking out my only way home with it. As much as I wanted to come to Gaia, it was never meant to be like this. And it certainly wasn't meant to be forever.
Yeah, and you're not marrying my grandson.
I'm gonna need to fight to make my way off of this planet in time.
Fight for your right to marry that grandson. No, she gets calm again when she's waiting to hear from me. She's had this existential crisis and then she's all calm again. Okay. This would probably be the existential crisis portion of the video. I'm going to probably put the chapters separately up on YouTube and then stitch them all together into a really long video that nobody will watch. But I hope they can sleep to it or something. And we have the black loading screen. And it's over at the start of the video. And she's always yelling.
There's a way off of Gaia!
Yeah, we did this already, lady.
Wait,
Where were you?
what if that was my way off of Gaia?
It
Star
was.
Portal 404, critically damaged by black hole activity. Complete system
No.
failure imminent.
No,
All
no, no,
personnel
no,
must
this
proceed
can't
to
be
designated
happening.
evacuation zones. This is not a drill. Final evacuation launch commences in T-minus 12 hours. All remaining personnel must evacuate immediately. This will be the last transport window.
Damn Murphy's Law! This is
Hey,
a
watch your
code
language.
black worst case scenario. Immediate evacuation, it means only one thing. A black hole.
That's racist. Why isn't it
Star
a white
Portal
hole?
404 is
Or a
suffering
yellow hole,
cataclysmic
a purple
collapse,
hole.
taking out my only way home with it.
Purple hole.
As much as I wanted to come to
purple
Gaia,
hole.
it was never meant to be like this.
Your grave?
And it certainly wasn't meant to be forever.
It can take forever. Just
I'm
a
gonna need to
moment
fight
at a
to
time.
make my way off of this planet in time.
Okay, go fight. See, now you're calm all over again. We have that little drama and you're calm again. You're in an existential crisis and you're looking at me very calmly, batting your eyelids and blinking and stuff like that. And don't we have to get to something? Can we go to the rocket launch site and see if there's other rockets there? We only have the 12 hours. I can't imagine anybody will watch 12 hours of this video, but who knows? Maybe on your favorite group channel.
You're right. No more time for existential crises or eyelid theatrics, if that's your thing. There's only one launch site for emergency rockets, and it's at Hermes Base. I'm heading there now. I have to catch that final rocket before the countdown runs out. No other options.
She hung up on me, and she seems to be blaming me for the fact that she didn't do all the things I suggested she do so that we could get out of here.
Just in case you thought I was exaggerating,
Star Portal Network status supported digital alert sent out to all devices in range about the status for Star Portal 404. It explains that in the event that the integrity of a star portal is compromised, the portal is equipped with advanced technology capable of autonomously assessing various factors. These include, don't call me while I'm trying to read the stuff you sent me, the nature and extent of anticipated or sustained damage, as well as the portal's Projected ability to maintain functionality even at suboptimal levels. Based on this assessment, the portal calculates appropriate actions, plans for nearby communicable locations, such as ships and bases, and broadcast these plans to ensure coordinated responses. Lady, I'm doing my best, okay? Do your best, put our service to the test. It's been years since we've had anybody here, and we're okay, well, this is going to be a very short video because once we get through the black screen, it's going to crash my video recorder again. I hope you're happy.
Across these plains, and now I'm stuck with this river blocking my path. It goes about as far as I can see in either direction. I need to get across if I'm gonna make it to Mount Hermes and survive. I am running out of time. You got any ideas?
Yeah, walk the river, lady. It's an existential crisis. It's not. I can see the water. It's rippling a little bit. It doesn't look deep. You could probably walk right across it. There's no current flowing that's going to drag you downstream or anything. We're talking about your survival. Why aren't you just walking across that river rather than complaining to me about it? Question mark? And I see that same tree I've been seeing for hours. You haven't really made much progress, have you? Probably will not like a sarcastic gamer under these circumstances.
I'm not just complaining. I'm assessing. Those ripples and whirlpools out there? They're telling me there's something nasty underneath. This isn't some calm lake. If I misjudge the depth or those currents grab me, I could get swept away or slammed into rocks. And what about those whirlpools? They usually mean there's something big and hard lurking below. I need a safer way across. Any other ideas?
Yeah, I don't see any whirlpools, and I see very calm, rippling water with no current that would drag you downstream, like I said earlier, but you didn't listen to that. So you want me to do something else, and I don't know what that something else would be, because the tree's on the other side, so it's not like we can make a boat with the tree that's on the other side, because once we're on the other side, we won't need a boat anymore. Probably not the most helpful thing she's ever heard in her life.
I did listen, and I'm telling you, those whirlpools are there. Maybe they're not huge, but they're definitely swirling. That's not just rippling water.
Not
And
calm.
even if the current looks calm on the surface, strong undercurrents can be hidden. I really can't afford to gamble with that. Let's think this through carefully. There has to be another way.
You got me. I was only in this conversation, in this for the conversation anyway. Now I gotta solve your problem. Again, I'm not a space explorer, I'm not an astronaut, I'm a theologian. My answer is gonna be pray to God, which you won't do, so I'm not sure what we can do. I'm in over my head metaphorically here. I don't know what you can do without tools, without wood to build some kind of a plank across a bridge, a boat, or something like that. I don't know. I'm a theologian, so I'm going to say praying to God. And you're going to say that's not helpful, so I don't know how I can help you.
I get where you're coming from, but right now, I need something more concrete.
God is very
Time's
concrete.
slipping away fast. I'm going to have to try swimming across. It's risky, but staying here means missing that launch for sure. I need to end the call to conserve power. I'll reach out once I'm across.
I told this chick to enter the water. She said she couldn't enter the water. And now she decides to enter the water. So apparently she only likes an idea if it's her idea. even though she keeps telling me she wants my ideas. Yes, this is a typical woman, but usually they're closer to my age when they're doing all these crazy, crazy things.
The current, it's too strong. Can't breathe.
Well, there you go. She died based on her idea rather than mine. The current didn't look strong, by the way. So I guess this is as good a place as any to say the ballad of Janet. Guinevere, however, has survived. So has Woody. Woody was played by the poorly aging, sarcastic PC Woody Gamer. Stella was played by an AI chick out in space that wouldn't put on her helmet. The water probably got under her the spacesuit and dragged her down. I never told her to not take a helmet. She kept saying she was wearing a helmet. We saw for hours and hours she was not wearing a helmet. How do you help people like that? I'm not going to go back in time, by the way. At some point, if these videos get enough action on the views and the duration of views, I'll start a new game. I mean, a new game of this, although I will play other games and all that in the meantime. I just wanted to get some Whispers from a Star footage again because it has consistently done the best business here on this YouTube channel for the Sarcastic PC Video Gamer channel. I have one video that's gotten more attention than that, other than the shorts. The shorts did better. The shorts, one got 1,500 views and the other one got 1,700 views. But as far as longer form videos, Whispers in the Dark has done overall better than anything I've ever done in the last almost year doing this channel. There's one video that's done better, and that's a Fallout New Vegas video that got about 1,100 views. But overall, my Fallout New Vegas stuff has not done better than overall my Whispers in the Dark has done. This has been your poorly aging, sarcastic PC Video Gamer. What I'm going to do is take the different chapters of this adventure. It's going to take me some time and upload them. And then I'm going to stitch it all together for one really long video of this, or two really long videos of this, and just see how much action that gets, and whether people like it or anything like that. Hopefully, the romance, and I don't mean romance with the girls, she's coming up to be my granddaughter, but hopefully the romance with the game, Whispers from the Star, will continue, because I really, really would like to have at least 100 subscribers before the end of November, and we're getting up close to the end of November, right here on your favorite YouTube channel, the poorly aging, sarcastic PC Video Gamer channel, where you are falling in love. You stereo, whether you know it or not, you are falling in love. You stereo. Leave comments below. Non-threatening, non-profane comments below. Share this link with other people of the human species. Put it in your Facebook, your TikTok, your Instagram, your MySpace, your X space, your True Social, your whatever. I don't know where people meet each other anymore. Your LinkedIn. Are there people still on LinkedIn? I know there's nobody on MySpace anymore. TikTok. Did I mention TikTok? Could you share a link of this in TikTok? I'm going to share a link of this in Discord. Ever heard of Discord? Anyway, I didn't know she was going to die so soon. I don't know how to get her across that river. If playing it again with completely different audio inputs leads us to that river again, maybe I'll think of something else. I don't know. She didn't have any wood. She didn't have any tools. She didn't have any way to build anything. And she wasn't wearing a protective helmet, which would have kept the water from getting your clothing and bottom. Stella was played by Stella. Or I should say Janet. Janet was played by Stella, who appears to be an AI and was the only character we encountered in this entire game over the course of hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Like and subscribe, like and subscribe.